Chapter 4004. Just the sects in the state capital of Qing, which was adjacent to Tunglung province, had such a hidden trump card. What about the other sects in the other prefectures? For example, did the other three forces in the state capital of Qing have their own trump cards as well? Perhaps not all of them had their own trump cards, but it was possible that one or two forces did. Of course, it was also possible that other than the Heaven's Roar sect, none of the other three forces had their own trump cards. After all, monstrous talents were not common. For example, in Tunglung province, Duan Lingtian had previously thought that the other four forces might have their own trump cards that they would only reveal at the Seven Prefectures banquet. Even the Machi clan, Machi Hong, might not be the most outstanding person in the younger generation of the Machi clan. However, later on, Zhen Pingfan told him that the other three forces in the state capital of Qing were in the state capital of Qing. It was not difficult for the other four forces in Tunglung province to hide this from the other prefectures, but it was not easy for them to hide it from the Chunyang school, which was as famous as them in Tunglung province. At the very least, according to Zhen Pingfan, the Pure Sun sect knew that Machi Lu Su, the head of the Machi family, had a few illegitimate children, and there were a few god emperors in the alliance of benevolence and justice at odds. At that time, Duan Lingtian knew that the Chunyang school must have planted many spies in the four forces. Otherwise, they would not have been so confident in their ability to gather information. As for the other four forces, Duan Lingtian guessed that they had done the same. However, he was not sure if they had done as well as the Chunyang school. However, according to Zhen Pingfan, the other four forces were definitely not as good as the Chunyang school. This was because among the five forces in Tunglung province, the Chunyang school had the longest history. In fact, the Chunyang school had planted spies in the other four forces in Tunglung province in the early days. This had been passed down from generation to generation. According to Elder Zhen's words, there shouldn't be any accidents in Tunglung province. The only places that could have accidents would be the other prefectures. Duan Lingtian thought to himself, Elder Zhen, how long will it take to reach the location of the Seven Manners banquet in the profound Jade Mansion? It had been half a month since Duan Lingtian and the others from the Chunyang school entered the state capital of Qing, but they had yet to leave. Along the way, Lan Zhengming enthusiastically introduced Duan Lingtian and the rest to the local customs of the state capital of Qing. He also talked about the various major forces in the state capital of Qing, so it was not boring at all. Lan Zhengming, the patriarch of the righteous lineage, Elder Jingxiu, and an emperor god expert, also made the young disciples of Chunyang school feel close to him. They felt that this patriarch of the righteous lineage was kind and amiable. If we go there directly, it won't take long. Zhen Pingfan said. However, we have plenty of time this time, so we're not in a hurry to go there. It's always been like this in the past. It'll take about a month or two on the way. After listening to Zhen Pingfan, Duan Lingtian suddenly remembered something. Elder Zhen, you and Elder Yi weren't even 10,000 years old 10,000 years ago, right? You should have participated in the Seven Manners banquet 10,000 years ago, right? Whether it was Zhen Pingfan or Yi Chunfeng, they were not even 10,000 years old 10,000 years ago. In other words, they were qualified to represent the Chunyang school in the Seven Manners banquet. We were. Zhen Pingfan nodded, then looked at Yi Chunfeng who was sitting cross-legged not far away with a complicated expression. At that time, I was ranked 12th in the Seven Manners banquet, while junior Uncle Yi was ranked outside the top 20. My results were the best among all the disciples sent out by the Chunyang school. In the last 100,000 years, no one from the Chunyang school had the same results as me in the 9 Seven Manners banquets. It had to be said that Zhen Pingfan's words shocked Duan Lingtian. In the Seven Manners banquet 10,000 years ago, this Elder Zhen actually didn't make it into the top 10? What shocked him the most was that Elder Yi Chunfeng also didn't make it into the top 10. Moreover, he was only ranked outside the top 20? What's going on? When Duan Lingtian looked at Zhen Pingfan again, the shock on his face was obvious. Their Chunyang school's #1 person below the God Emperor level, a monstrous existence under 20,000 years old, and their Chunyang school's #1 expert, also a monstrous genius under 20,000 years old. actually didn't make it into the top 10 in the Seven Manners Banquet 10,000 years ago. Was the Seven Manners Banquet so exaggerated? In the Seven Manners Banquet 10,000 years ago, whether it was Zhen Pingfan or Yi Qinfeng, they actually didn't make it into the top 10? Facing Duan Lingtian's shock, Zhen Pingfan wasn't surprised at all. At the same time, he also guessed what Duan Lingtian was thinking. Are you thinking that with my and martial Uncle Ye's current achievements, it's inconceivable that we didn't make it into the top 10 in the Seven Manners Banquet 10,000 years ago? Zhen Pingfan asked with a smile. Duan Lingtian nodded. Zhen Pingfan shook his head and said, actually, whether it's me or martial Uncle Yi, we only started to rise rapidly after 10,000 years. Especially martial Uncle Yi. He came from a lower plane. When he participated in the Seven Manners Banquet, he had just entered the God Emperor level, about the same as you now. Of course, I'm only talking about the same cultivation. At that time, martial Uncle Ye's comprehension of the laws was not as good as yours. The reason he was able to make it into the top 20 in the Seven Manners Banquet was because he had grasped the embryonic form of Sword Dao at that time. I can understand what you're thinking now. In fact, if you tell many people who don't know about this, they'll definitely be shocked as well. At this point, Zhen Pingfan paused for a moment before he continued. Let me put it this way. Achievements before 10,000 years old don't represent achievements in a lifetime. 10,000 years ago, of the people who made it into the top 10 of the Seven Prefectures feast, other than those who died by accident, none of the survivors were stronger than me, let alone compared to martial Uncle Yi. My father often said that if I didn't take the wrong path before 10,000 years old, not to mention first place in the Seven Manners Banquet, I would even have a chance to make it into the top 3. At that time, I was obsessed with comprehending multiple profundities of the laws at the same time, because I wanted to break through the restrictions between the various laws and use multiple laws at the same time. However, in the end, my experiment failed because it was impossible to use multiple laws at the same time. Even for those who came from the lower planes, if they wanted to use multiple laws at the same time, they could only use their main body and their law avatars separately, or use their law avatars and other law avatars separately. At this point, Zhen Pingfan smiled bitterly. Even now, I don't understand why I was so busy with these things back then. Did I think I was better than everyone else in the world? That I was a genius? If it wasn't for that period of neglect, I would have already stepped into the intermediate God Emperor realm. Young and frivolous, young and ignorant. At this point, Zhen Pingfan sighed repeatedly. Duan Lingtian was stunned. This elder Zhen actually had such a past when he was young before 10,000 years old, researching multiple laws at the same time? In this world, it seemed like there was no one who could do this, right? Whether it was humans or other life forms, it was impossible. It was as if they were limited by the laws of heaven and earth. However, this elder Zhen actually went to research this? Was he crazy? Naturally, Duan Lingtian did not say this out loud. Otherwise, he was afraid he would be beaten to death by Elder Zhen. He could only say that Elder Zhen was too naive when he was young. As for Junior Uncle Yi, he didn't take the wrong path like I did. However, as you know, he came from the lower planes. Moreover, he came from the mundane realm to the Devata realm. When he came to the mystic gangland, his foundation was weak, and he had no advantage at all. It was only after he came to Chunyang School that his strength improved by leaps and bounds. In less than 20,000 years, he became an intermediate God Emperor. Moreover, his strength is even stronger than the other intermediate God Emperors in the sect, including my father. When Zhen Pingfan mentioned Yi Qinfeng, his expression was as complicated as it could be. Yi Qinfeng was actually about the same age as him. He had personally witnessed Yi Qinfeng's rapid growth. In the beginning, he still wanted to compete with Yi Qinfeng. However, after a while he was defeated by Yi Qinfeng's speed of improvement. 10,000 years ago, Yi Qinfeng was not even as strong as him. After the Seven Mansions banquet, Yi Qinfeng's strength improved by leaps and bounds. Soon after, he caught up with Zhen Pingfan and left him behind. After that, he caught up with his father, Zhen Yunfeng. After that, he even surpassed his father, Zhen Yunfeng. In Zhen Pingfan's opinion, Yi Qinfeng was not only a monster, but he was also a complete freak. Elder Yi. Duan Lingtian looked at Yi Chenfeng, who was sitting cross-legged on the side of the flying ship. At this moment, Yi Chenfeng's eyes were closed. It was unknown if he was cultivating or just resting. He did not expect Elder Yi's strength 10,000 years ago was not even comparable to his current strength. Moreover, it was far from his current strength. I wonder how long it will take for me to reach Elder Yi's level and surpass him. When Duan Lingtian thought about this, his eyes shone with anticipation. During the rest of the journey, Duan Lingtian's heart was still in shock. People like Zhen Pingfan and Yi Chenfeng were actually trampled under the feet of a group of young geniuses from Tunglung province in the Seven Mansions banquet 10,000 years ago. Did the two of them have such an experience? Even if he knew the truth, he still could not calm down for a long time. Elder Zhen, what is the cultivation level of the top 10 people in the last Seven Mansions banquet? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. Zhen Pingfan smiled disdainfully when he heard this. Of the top 10 people back then, only 8 are still alive. One of the top 3 is dead. The person in first place back then is now a lower god emperor. Moreover, he only became a lower god emperor 500 years ago. The person in third place is a higher god emperor. It is said that he is about to break through to the lower god emperor realm. However, that is only a rumor. I don't think it will be that easy. The two of them are not from Tunglung province. It is the person from the Heaven's Roar sect of the state capital of Qing, who fought for an opportunity for the higher god emperor of the Heaven's Roar sect. He was ranked 9th at the Seven Mansions banquet, and has not broken through to the lower god emperor realm yet. Chapter 4005. After hearing Zhen Pingfan's words, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but sigh inwardly. That was then, and this was now. Perhaps, it was referring to Zhen Pingfan and Yi Chenfeng. 10,000 years ago, the two of them represented Tunglung province's Chunyang school in the Seven Prefectures banquet, but they failed to make the top 10. How many people took them seriously? And now, 10,000 years later, in the Seven Prefectures, even those rare upper god emperors knew about Zhen Pingfan and Yi Chenfeng. Especially Yi Chenfeng. 10,000 years ago, he wasn't even as eye-catching as Zhen Pingfan. But 10,000 years later, when Yi Chenfeng's wind sword Dao appeared, who didn't know about him? Martial Uncle Yi. Zhen Pingfan had just finished chatting with Duan Lingtian when he looked at Yi Chenfeng and said, "There's a city ahead. Tell Martial Uncle Lu, and let's rest there for 2 days before setting off." Hearing Zhen Pingfan's words, the eyes of the group of youngsters in the flying ship immediately lit up. They would also feel bored if they stayed in the flying ship for a long time. And in fact, it wasn't just these youngsters. Even Lan Jingming and the other old people actually supported this idea. However, they couldn't show it on the surface, so as to avoid giving others the impression that they were old and disrespectful. In fact, every 10,000 years, Chunyang School would participate in the Seven Prefectures banquet. They didn't directly rush over, but had a rest along the way. Okay. Almost at the instant Yi Chenfeng's voice fell, Yi Chenfeng opened his eyes and responded. Then he sent a message to Lu Fenggu, who was controlling the flying ship not far away. Naturally, Lu Fenggu agreed without hesitation. And when the people on the other side learned from Lu Fenggu that they would be resting in the city ahead for a few days, the group of youngsters was naturally overjoyed. Rest for a few days before setting off. Don't cause trouble during this time, Yi Chenfeng said indifferently. These words were also directed at everyone in the flying ship. Of course our Chunyang school doesn't cause trouble, but we aren't afraid of trouble either. If you really want to die, don't be so courteous. However, it's best to reveal your identity first. If you still insist on seeking death after knowing that you're from Chunyang school, there's no need to be polite to them anymore. Yi Chenfeng looked like a gentleman, but in fact he was a very strong and ruthless person, which could be seen from his words. In another spaceship, Lu Fenggu's words were even more direct. If anyone dares to cause trouble in the city ahead, get the hell out of here. If someone provokes you and reveals your identity, and the other party doesn't give you any face, there's no need for you to go easy on them. If you aren't a match for them, just call a few more people over. If you aren't a match for them, you can look for us. This was what Lu Fenggu said to the group of youngsters. Not long after, the people from Chunyang School entered the city ahead. This city was not small. After Duan Lingtian and the others from the Chunyang School entered, they quickly found out that this was a city controlled by a God-Emperor-level force. However, this God-Emperor-level force was just an ordinary God-Emperor-level force in the state capital of Qing. There was only one God-Emperor-level force in this force. Snow Forest City. This was also the name of the city that Duan Lingtian and the others were going to stay in. The people from Chunyang School disembarked from the God-Emperor-level spaceship outside the city. Then, under the lead of Yi Chunfeng and Lu Fenggu, they entered the city. A large group of people walking into Snow Forest City naturally attracted a lot of attention. Even when they entered a spacious inn, Duan Lingtian could still sense that someone was following them. However, when the innkeeper of the inn found out about the identities of Duan Lingtian and the others, the people who were following them left. Elder Yi, Elder Lu, our clan leader has heard about your arrival and wishes to pay you a visit personally. Is it convenient for you? The patriarch said that all of you are seniors that he's admired for a long time. It's our Shui clan's honor that all of you are able to bring the geniuses of your esteemed sect to rest in our Shui clan's inn. Our Shui clan won't take even a single divine crystal. The innkeeper of the inn was from the Shui clan of Snow Forest City. When he found out about the identities of Duan Lingtian and the others, he sent a message back to his clan. The Shui clan was also shocked. Although the Shui clan was also an Emperor God level clan, they only had one newly ascended lower Emperor God. They could not compare to a lower Emperor God level sect like Chunyang School. In the eyes of the Shui clan, Chunyang School was a giant. This was especially so when they heard the news from Tunglung Province that Chunyang School's Yi Chunfeng had a full soul superior divine sword, and his strength was comparable to a higher emperor god. At that time, in the eyes of the Shui clan, Chunyang School was on the same level as the Howling Sky sect of the state capital of Qing. Let him come. Yi Chunfeng and Lu Fenggu looked at each other and finally nodded. Since the innkeeper was so enthusiastic, they did not want to turn down his good intentions. Moreover, if they refused, they could be said to be arrogant and look down on others. They were afraid that they would drag down Chunyang School's reputation. Seeing that Duan Lingtian and Lu Fenggu had agreed, the innkeeper became even more enthusiastic. He ordered the servants in the inn to arrange rooms for Duan Lingtian and the others. As for Yi Chunfeng, Lu Fenggu, and the other higher-ups of Chunyang School, the innkeeper personally arranged rooms for them. Although they were called rooms, they were actually individual courtyards. Duan Lingtian was also given a quiet courtyard. However, after staying in the courtyard for a while, Duan Lingtian decided to go out for a walk. Speaking of which, he had not been out for a long time. This time, after leaving Chunyang School, he had been in the spaceship. It was not easy for him to settle down in a completely unfamiliar city. He wanted to go out for a walk. In the end, when Duan Lingtian stepped out of the inn, he saw many young Chunyang School disciples coming out. Duan Lingtian, shall we go for a walk? Yingkai followed Duan Lingtian out. When he saw Duan Lingtian standing at the entrance of the inn and looking around, he could not help but extend an invitation. Duan Lingtian did not refuse and nodded. He had only intended to walk around casually. If he had a companion, he might even be able to chat for a while. Moreover, Yingkai was Yi Tong's disciple. Moreover, Yingkai was not a bad person. Duan Lingtian did not reject him. At this time, the other Chunyang School disciples who wanted to invite Duan Lingtian to walk with them did not say anything when they saw that Yingkai was one step ahead of them. Compared to Duan Lingtian's amiability, Yingkai's indifference made them stop. Yingkai is very cold to others. However, in front of Duan Lingtian he is very amiable. A Chunyang School disciple said, "If you had Duan Lingtian's talent and comprehension, believe it or not, Yingkai would look at you differently too. Rather than saying it's the reality, it's more accurate to say that Yingkai is only willing to talk to people who are stronger than him. Let alone us. Even the disciples of the Hidden Sword branch have not seen him get close to any young people." Another Chunyang School disciple shook his head. With Duan Lingtian and Yingkai's hearing, they could hear the discussion between the Chunyang School disciples clearly even though they were some distance away. In response, Duan Lingtian could not help but glance at Yingkai. Yi Inkai, on the other hand, had an indifferent expression on his face. It was as though he did not take those words to heart. Duan Lingtian, I heard from Grandmaster that you came from the mundane realm like Grandmaster? Yi Inkai did not seem to notice Duan Lingtian's gaze. He asked as though nothing had happened. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded in response. Amazing. Yi Inkai sighed. The person I admire the most in my life is Grandmaster. It's because he came from the mundane realm. I went there on purpose. When I arrived, I found out that the cultivation environment there was worse than the rumors said. At that time, it was hard for me to imagine that a person like Grandmaster would come from such a backward place. Yi Inkai paused for a moment before he continued. Now there's one more person I admire. It's you, Duan Lingtian. According to Grandmaster, even when Grandmaster was 10,000 years old, he was not as good as you are now. You're not even 3,000 years old. However, although you're faster than Grandmaster in the early stages, I don't think you're unreachable. After all, you're only a middle-level divine emperor now. In terms of cultivation base, you're not even as good as me. Yi Inkai's eyes flashed as he said bluntly, I see you as a target to surpass. I only hope that you, Duan Lingtian, won't be surpassed by me too quickly. Yi Inkai's words were laced with confidence. It was as though he was deluding himself with confidence. I can do it. I can definitely do it. I'll definitely surpass Duan Lingtian in the near future. I'll wait for you to surpass me. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. He could see that Yi Inkai was using his confidence to influence him. Yi Inkai's indomitable will was enough to make his future path much easier. At this time, if Yi Inkai felt inferior to him, his strength would not inspire Yi Inkai's desire to improve. Duan Lingtian and Yi Inkai walked on the streets of Snow Forest City. Occasionally they would see some shops. Duan Lingtian would enter any shop that might have something he wanted. On the other hand, Yi Inkai did not seem to be interested in anything. He did not buy things occasionally like Duan Lingtian. However, Duan Lingtian felt that it was normal. For a genius like Yi Inkai, he was probably focused on cultivation. He probably only knew about rare things. For example, it was normal for him to not be interested in the supplementary medicine that he was buying now. Brother Fuqi, I didn't lie to you, right? There's really someone who looks exactly like you. When Yi Inkai and Duan Lingtian saw one of the two people blocking their path, Duan Lingtian was stunned and came to a halt almost at the same time. The other person stared at Yi Inkai and said to the young man beside him, as if he was asking for credit. This young man was wearing a light green robe. He had a handsome face and a gentle temperament. This was not the main point. The main point was that he looked exactly like Yi Inkai. No matter if it was the facial features or the expression, there was no difference. Only the temperament was very different. Duan Lingtian was stunned. Wasn't this too similar? If they were not twins, he would not believe it. They shouldn't be twins, right? Yi Inkai was brought back by Elder Yi when he was still an infant. I didn't hear Elder Jin say that Yi Inkai has a twin. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Chapter 4006. Duan Lingtian was in a daze. The green-robed youth opposite him was also in a daze as he stared at Yi Inkai. Yi Inkai himself was also in a daze as he stared at the youth. Time seemed to have stopped at this moment. After a while, Yi Inkai regained his senses. He looked at the youth in front of him and asked in a hoarse voice, Who are you? Fuqi. At this moment, the youth opposite him who looked like Yi Inkai also regained his senses, and immediately responded to Yi Inkai's question. The reason why Fuqi responded to Yi Inkai without any hesitation was because he felt a sense of familiarity from Yi Inkai. It was as though he was not a stranger, but a family member. In fact, Yi Inkai also felt the same way. If not, he would not have lost his composure. Why don't the two of you find a quiet place to talk? It's not very convenient on the streets, right? At this moment, Duan Lingtian also noticed that many people were looking at them. Some people even recognized the green-robed youth. Isn't that the genius of the Fu family, Fuqi? Look, this white-robed youth looks exactly like Fuqi. Oh my god. They really look exactly the same. They can't be twins, can they? Twins? Now that you mention it, it's possible. Back then when Fu Qi's mother, the young mistress of the Fu family, brought him back, no one knew who his father was. Maybe his mother and father separated, and each of them had a son? 2 sons. Are they twins? More and more people gathered to watch. At this moment, after hearing Duan Lingtian's reminder, Yi Yingkai and Fu Qi regained their senses and left with Duan Lingtian and the other young woman. The person who brought Fu Qi over was a young woman who looked like she was in her early 20s. However, her real age was probably higher than that. Women like to be young and beautiful. With a good cultivation base, it was enough to keep one's youth forever and even regain one's youthfulness. It all depended on one's own wishes. Soon Duan Lingtian and the other 3 arrived at a restaurant and booked a private room. The 4 of them sat around a table. Yi Yingkai was still looking at Fu Qi. I still have to tell Elder Yi about this matter. Duan Lingtian knew about Yi Yingkai's past from Zhen Pingfan. Zhen Pingfan had also reminded him not to tell Yi Yingkai about his background. This was also because Chunyang School had promised the alliance of benevolence and justice that they would not nurture an enemy for the alliance. Duan Lingtian immediately sent a message to Yi Chenfeng, informing him of what had just happened and the current situation. Yi Chenfeng was silent for a moment before he asked, "Do you think they could be twins?" "That's hard to say, but it's very likely." Duan Lingtian didn't dare to say that Yi Yingkai and Fu Qi were twins. After all, it wasn't impossible for 2 people to look exactly the same in this world. However, because his wife Ker had a twin sister in both the past and present life, and he had met other twins before, he felt that it was more likely that Yi Yingkai and Fu Qi were twins. Elder Yi, if this is really Yi Yingkai's twin brother, he's very likely to know about his background, Duan Lingtian said to Yi Chenfeng. Yi Chenfeng quickly said, "Let's just let nature take its course. Don't tell me we can forcibly separate them when they've already met? Won't that make him even more confused? Moreover, even if we separate them, if we don't eliminate the young man who looks like him, he'll find out about his background sooner or later." Duan Lingtian understood Yi Chenfeng's words. Let it go. Let nature take its course. After receiving Yi Chenfeng's reply, Duan Lingtian didn't say anything else. Since Yi Chenfeng didn't want to interfere, there was nothing for him to do either. Why do I feel that? Elder Yi isn't worried at all that Yi Yingkai will find out about his background? Duan Lingtian looked puzzled. Moreover, even if this is really Yi Yingkai's twin brother, would it be so coincidental that Yi Yingkai and I met him here? Moreover, although Elder Zhen was the one who asked Elder Yi why we stopped in Snow Forest City, Elder Yi seemed to be the one who drove the spaceship in this direction. Even the patriarch of the tyrannical Saber clan followed our spaceship. When he thought up to here, Duan Lingtian had an extremely terrified feeling. Could it be that all of this was instigated by Elder Yi? Secretly taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian sent a message to Zhen Pingfan and told him what had happened. Zhen Pingfan was silent for a moment before he said, "Actually, I suggested Junior Uncle Yi to stop and rest because he asked me to tell him. However, I didn't know why he did that at that time. If he wanted to rest, why didn't he just say so? Now it seems like this is a trap. A trap to let Yi Qicai know about his background. Since Junior Uncle Yi said to let nature take its course, then let nature take its course. If I'm not mistaken, Junior Uncle Yi is most likely doing this to motivate Yi Qicai. I just don't know why he suddenly had this idea." As he spoke, Zhen Pingfan was a little confused. At this moment, in the courtyard of a guest room with an excellent location in the inn, a dignified old man dressed in brocade robes retreated. This old man was the clan leader of the Shui clan, a god emperor rank clan. He was a newly ascended lower god emperor. He had just finished visiting Yi Chenfeng. After the old man left, Yi Chenfeng returned to his room and sat cross-legged on his bed. His eyes shone brightly. Yang Qianye from the Pingshen clan has improved tremendously because of his father's death. If Yingkai knows about his background, he will be more motivated. I and even the Chunyang school did not tell Yingkai about his background. In the future, even if the benevolent and righteous alliance wants to blame us, they can't blame the Chunyang school. All of this was indeed Yi Chenfeng's plan. Back then, after Yi Chenfeng had brought Yi Qicai back to the Pure Sun sect, He had deliberately investigated the family Yichitsai belonged to, as well as Yichitsai's relatives and friends. In the end, he found that Yichitsai's mother was still alive. Moreover, there was a twin brother who was still alive. His mother brought him back to her family in the state capital of Qing, a god-emperor rank family. A god-emperor rank family in Snow Forest City. However, even though he knew this, because of the agreement with the Benevolent and Righteous Alliance, he never planned to tell Yichitsai the truth. He even ordered his disciple, Yi Tong, not to tell Yi Inkai the truth. Until the last time, when he saw Yang Qianye's improvement by chance, under the reminder of his disciple, he made the decision today. Duan Lingtian watched the show from the side, listening to Yi Inkai and Fu Qi talk about their backgrounds. One was a genius disciple of the Chunyang school, a god-emperor rank sect in Tunglung province. The other was a disciple of the Fu family, a god-emperor rank family in the state capital of Qing. He took his mother's surname and did not know who his father was, nor did he hear his mother mention it. However, he knew that he had a twin brother. He heard from his mother that he had died an unnatural death. Moreover, his mother would often become taciturn because of his twin brother. Every year on the same day, she would wear a set of plain clothes and avoid meat and fish. It was said that that day was the anniversary of his twin brother's death. You have a twin brother? Yichitsai was shocked. Next, should we go and meet Fu Qi's mother? Duan Lingtian sat on the side, coldly watching the situation unfold. Just as he thought of this, Fu Qi indeed proposed to bring Yi Inkai to meet his mother. Yi Inkai naturally agreed without hesitation. After that, Duan Lingtian followed after him. Hey, I still don't know your name. Yi Inkai walked in front with Fu Qi, while Duan Lingtian and the young lady beside Fu Qi followed behind. The young lady took the initiative to greet Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian nodded to the lady. How should I address you, miss? I'm Fu Ir. Brother Fu Qi, this is my cousin. Brother Fu Qi, he's my cousin, Fu Qi said with a smile. Fu Ir was a talkative person. On the way to the Fu family, Duan Lingtian learned from her that she had seen Yi Inkai and him first, and then sent a message to Fu Qi to come over. After that, he knew what had happened and experienced it together. 7th Miss, young Master Fu Qi. As a god-emperor family, the Fu family's mansion was very spacious and occupied a large area of Snow Forest City. The gate was grand and there were 2 rows of guards in front of the gate, a total of 10 people. When they saw Fu Ir and Fu Qi, they bowed respectfully. On the way, Duan Lingtian also learned from Fu Ir that the Fu family had a very close relationship with the master of Snow Forest City, the god-emperor family, the Shui family. It could even be said that the Fu family was a subsidiary family of the Shui family. In Snow Forest City, if the Shui family was the first, then the Fu family was the second. The current patriarch of the Fu family, Fu Ir's uncle's wife, was the granddaughter of the current patriarch of the Shui family. The patriarch of the Shui family had many grandchildren but only one granddaughter, so he was especially fond of her. Mother. Duan Lingtian followed Fu Qi and Yi Itsai, and saw Fu Qi's mother. She was a graceful and beautiful woman with a heroic spirit between her eyebrows. It could be seen that she was a heroine in her youth. She saw Yi Inkai before Fu Qi introduced him. After a moment of daze, her beautiful face turned pale. Yu. Hello, madam. Yi Inkai looked at the woman in front of him and his heart trembled. Was this his mother? Was he Fu Qi's twin brother who had been dead for many years? If he was, then didn't he find someone to marry? In the past, he had always thought that he was an orphan. From now on, the alliance of benevolence and righteousness will have one more enemy. Now Duan Lingtian could completely imagine Yi Inkai's reaction when he confirmed that the mother and son in front of him were really his family. Chapter 4007. Yi Inkai's arrival at the Fu family was just as Duan Lingtian had expected. He found out about his identity and confirmed that he was Fu Qi's twin brother. Fu Qi's mother was also his mother. Their mother was called Fu Xiaofeng. She was an elder of the Fu family, and the younger sister of the current head of the Fu family. She was also the only daughter of the head of the Fu family. A long time ago, Fu Xiaofeng had married into another God King clan in the Eastern Mountain Prefecture. However, because that God King clan was in trouble, Fu Xiaofeng's husband broke off their relationship and sent her away in order to protect her. No one knew that Fu Xiaofeng's husband, who was Yi Yingkai and Fu Qi's father, did not have a son but a pair of twins with Fu Xiaofeng. To avoid suspicion from the alliance of benevolence and righteousness, their father left Yi Yingkai behind. Fu Qi was taken away by Fu Xiaofeng and returned to the Fu family in the state capital of Qing. All these years, I thought that you had gone with your father. I really regret leaving you behind. I'm sorry. Fu Xiaofeng cried in front of Yi Yingkai. Fu Xiaofeng had never dreamt that she would be able to see her other child one day. The child who should have died thousands of years ago. Now, Yi Yingkai had also confirmed from Yi Qinfeng that he was saved by Yi Qinfeng after his family was destroyed. However, Yi Qinfeng did not tell him who destroyed his family. He only told him where he was saved. The place was exactly the same as what Fu Xiaofeng had told him. Mother. Unlike Fu Xiaofeng, Yi Yingkai's eyes were red but his body was stiff. He did not know how to comfort his mother who had suddenly appeared in front of him. Mother, it's not your fault. Fu Qi spoke. Given the situation back then, only one of us could survive. Even now, if I were to go back in time, I would be willing to be the one who stayed. I believe that my little brother is not an unreasonable person. As Fu Qi spoke, he looked at Yi Yingkai, and his gaze became somewhat complicated. He also did not expect that this was actually his twin brother, the twin brother who should have died several thousand years ago. Child, what happened to you? How are you still alive? Did those bastards from the alliance of benevolence and righteousness adopt you? Fu Xiaofeng suddenly thought of this and her expression changed. No. Yi Yingkai shook his head. When he heard his mother mention the alliance of benevolence and justice, a murderous look flashed across his eyes. He clenched his fists tightly. Duan Lingtian, who was standing at the side, could clearly feel the killing intent emanating from Yi Yingkai. Hearing Yi Yingkai's words, Fu Xiaofeng breathed a sigh of relief. Naturally, she couldn't help but ask about Yi Yingkai's situation over the years. When she found out that Yi Yingkai was saved by Yi Qinfeng, the ancestor of the Chunyang school's hidden sword lineage, and that he had entered the Chunyang school's hidden sword lineage, Fu Xiaofeng was both shocked and happy for her son. Beside him, Fu Qi and Fu Ya were also shocked at this moment. Especially Fu Ya. Fu Ya stared at Yi Yingkai with her mouth agape. Then, she looked at Duan Lingtian and asked, Duan Lingtian, you are also a disciple of the Chunyang school? You are Duan Lingtian? At this moment, Fu Xiaofeng looked at Duan Lingtian. This young man in purple who came with her son whom she thought had died many years ago was actually the prodigy of the Chunyang school. Duan Lingtian? Duan Lingtian's reputation was not only known in Tungleng province. Even in the state capital of Qing, which was adjacent to Tungleng province, many people had heard of Duan Lingtian's name, including Fu Xiaofeng, the elder of the Fu family in Snow Forest City. Fu Xiaofeng heard about Duan Lingtian from her elder brother, who was the head of the family by chance. She found out that Duan Lingtian had defeated the prodigy of the younger generation in Tungleng province, Ma Qihong of the Ma Qi family. Greetings, madam. Duan Lingtian smiled and nodded at Fu Xiaofeng in greeting. Auntie, you know Duan Lingtian? Is he very famous? Fu Ya was a little surprised. Fu Qi, who was beside her, could not help but look at Duan Lingtian. Fu Xiaofeng shook her head and smiled. Have you heard of the prodigy of the Ma Qi family, Ma Qihong of the Tungleng province? In terms of reputation in the state capital of Qing, Ma Qihong, who used to be the prodigy of the younger generation in Tungleng province, was more famous than Duan Lingtian. Although Duan Lingtian had defeated Ma Qihong, it had only happened 10 years ago. Therefore, Duan Lingtian's reputation in the state capital of Qing was not as good as Ma Qihong's. I've heard of him. Fu Ya nodded. Ma Qihong of the Ma Qi family was the prodigy of the younger generation in Tungleng province. He was very famous a long time ago. Fu Qi nodded. Obviously, he knew Ma Qihong as well. Fu Xiaofeng continued. 10 years ago, in the Seven Kills Valley of Tungleng province, a young man who was not even 3,000 years old defeated Ma Qihong and became the prodigy of the younger generation in Tungleng province. Fu Ya and Fu Qi were naturally shocked when they heard Fu Xiaofeng's words. Fu Ya in particular, had a look of disbelief on her face. Auntie, is this news true? Someone defeated Ma Qihong? Moreover, it was someone who was not even 3,000 years old? The prodigy of the younger generation in Tunglung province has changed? Why didn't I know about it? Fuya, obviously could not accept this fact at that moment. Fu Qi, on the other hand, looked at Duan Lingtian. He knew his mother very well. If it was not related to the matter in front of them, his mother would not have suddenly brought up this matter at this time. However, Fu Qi guessed something but Fuya didn't. She continued to ask Fu Xiaofeng. You can ask your uncle and you'll know. Fu Xiaofeng looked at Fuya, dotingly, and said with a smile, instead of worrying about this, why don't you pay attention to why I suddenly brought this up at this time? And Fuya, wasn't a stupid person. She was too shocked to react earlier. Now that her auntie had reminded her, she immediately looked at Duan Lingtian and widened her eyes. Auntie, you mean, Duan Lingtian is the person who defeated Ma Qihong 10 years ago? He is not even 3,000 years old, but he is already the prodigy of the younger generation in Tunglung province. Fuya's eyes widened as if she had just met Duan Lingtian. Yes. Fu Xiaofeng nodded. I heard that Duan Lingtian was the prodigy of Chunyang School. Now my son is traveling with him as a disciple of Chunyang School. His name is Duan Lingtian, so it's obvious that they are the same person. Fu Xiaofeng looked at Yi Yingkai as she spoke. It's him. Yi Yingkai nodded. After his identity was exposed, Fuya and Fu Xiaofeng did not dare to treat Duan Lingtian as they did before. They treated Duan Lingtian as a guest of honor. In the end, Duan Lingtian could not take it anymore. He found an excuse and left the Fu family, leaving Yi Yingkai to reunite with his family. From now on, the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness will have an enemy from Chunyang School's hidden sword branch. Although this enemy is not strong, he has a powerful backer. Duan Lingtian shook his head when he thought of Yi Chunfeng. He had a feeling that this matter was related to Yi Chunfeng. Perhaps Yi Chunfeng was behind this. As for the purpose, perhaps it was to reunite Yi Yingkai with his family, or perhaps it was to give Yi Yingkai some pressure when he faced the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness, who had killed his father. But if it's the latter, I'm afraid the pressure will be too great, right? Although Yi Yingkai looked calm on the surface, Duan Lingtian knew that he was not calm on the inside. It was a good thing that he had found his family, but it was not a good thing to know that there was such a powerful enemy who had killed his father. After leaving the Fu family, Duan Lingtian walked around Snow Forest City, bought some things, and prepared to go back. Near the entrance of the inn, Duan Lingtian saw a person standing on the side of the road. After he returned, the person walked toward him. When the person walked over, Duan Lingtian recognized him. It was none other than Yang Qianye, whom he had met once at the Tianlong clan. Back then, people from the Chunyang School had come to the Tianlong clan to recruit him. Yang Qianye had led the team. At that time, there were a few other Spirit Void elders from the Chunyang School who had come with Yang Qianye. Qin Wuyang from the Yin Peak branch was one of them. That was also the first time Duan Lingtian had met Yang Qianye. As for the rumors, he had heard about Yang Qianye when he was still in the Hidden Fog sect. What's the matter? Seeing Yang Qianye walking toward him, Duan Lingtian paused and raised his eyebrows slightly. He knew that Yang Qianye was with him. When he was at the Chunyang School, he had seen Yang Qianye before he left. However, Yang Qianye was not in the same spaceship as him. Instead, Yang Qianye had boarded the spaceship controlled by the Patriarch of the Tyrannical Saber Branch, Lu Fenggu. The Pingxing branch that Yang Qianye belonged to was closer to the Tyrannical Saber Branch. The Patriarch of the Pingxing branch and Lu Fenggu of the Tyrannical Saber Branch came from the same master, Duan Lingtian. Yang Qianye walked up to Duan Lingtian and said in a cold voice, "Tell Long Qingchong, the clan leader of the Tianlong clan, for me. One day, I will avenge my father with my own hands." Your father? Duan Lingtian was stunned when he heard Yang Qianye's words. He remembered that Yang Qianye's father was Lan Qing, the sect leader of the Myriad Demon sect. Although they did not share the same surname, it was rumored that Lan Qing had given his only son the surname of his deceased wife to commemorate her death. Also one day, I will defeat you. Yang Qianye looked at Duan Lingtian again. His deep gaze made Duan Lingtian feel that Yang Qianye was completely different from before. Even before they left, Duan Lingtian had noticed that Yang Qianye was very different from before. Now that Yang Qianye was standing in front of him, the feeling was even stronger. Chapter 4008. Duan Lingtian was still in a daze when Yang Qianye returned to the inn. What was going on with Yang Qianye? However, when Duan Lingtian saw Yang Qianye's figure disappearing at the entrance of the inn, he sent out a message as he walked into the inn. Clan leader, is it convenient now? Duan Lingtian sent a message to Long Qingchong, the clan leader of the Tianlong clan. It's convenient. Long Qingchong quickly replied to Duan Lingtian. What's the matter? Is something the matter? Now, according to the time, you should be heading to the mysterious Jade Mansion to participate in the Seven Mansions Feast, right? Although the Tianlong clan was not qualified to participate in the Seven Mansions Feast, they knew that it would be held in the mysterious Jade Mansion. I'm already on my way, Duan Lingtian said. On your way? In the Tianlong clan, Long Qingchong's eyes lit up when he received Duan Lingtian's message. He smiled and said, Duan Lingtian, with your strength, you should be able to enter the top 3 in the Seven Mansions Feast. Clan leader, have you heard about what happened 10 years ago? Duan Lingtian was not surprised, but he still asked out of politeness. After all, even an elder of a divine emperor clan in the Qingzhou prefecture knew about what he did in the Seven Kills Valley 10 years ago. How could Long Qingchong not know about it, as the clan leader of the Tianlong clan, a divine emperor clan in Tongling province? Of course, there was another possibility that Long Qingchong might not know about. That was, Long Qingchong had been in the emperor battle dimension for the past 10 years, and had only come out today. In this case, Long Qingchong might not know. Of course, this was not very likely. After all, even in the emperor battle dimension, there were peace zones, such as Sky Dragon City and Peace City, where Long Qingchong could receive news of the outside world. Unless Long Qingchong only came out of the quasi-emperor battlefield in the emperor battle dimension today. I've heard. Long Qingchong laughed and said, if I haven't heard of this, then I, as the clan head of the Tianlong clan, would be too ignorant. At this moment, Long Qingchong had a complicated look in his eyes. Although he knew that Duan Lingtian was not ordinary, and that he was an outstanding prodigy even in Chunyang School, and had a chance to represent Chunyang School in the Feast of the Seven Prefectures and take one of the top 10 places, he was still a genius. Of course, it was only a possibility and not absolute. What he didn't expect was that not long after Duan Lingtian went to Chunyang School, with the support of Chunyang School, he became a medium divine emperor. 2 years after he had broken through to become a mid-level god emperor, he had defeated Ma Qihong in the Seven Kills Valley. Ma Qihong was no stranger to Long Qingchong. He was the most talented person in the history of the Machi family, one of the top 5 forces in Tongling province. He was also the pride of the Machi family, and the #1 person among the younger generation in Tongling province. The #1 person under 10,000 years old. However, such a person had been defeated by Duan Lingtian. The prodigy from the Tianlong clan had defeated Ma Qihong. Duan Lingtian smiled when he heard that. Then he got to the point. Sect leader, have you been paying attention to the Million Demons sect recently? Did something happen to the sect leader of the Million Demons sect? Duan Lingtian did not directly mention the message that Yang Qianye had asked him to pass on. Instead, he made a guess. You've heard about it too? Long Qingchong's tone suddenly changed when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. No, if you've heard about it, you wouldn't ask me this. The sect leader of the Million Demons sect, Lan Qing, is dead. Duan Lingtian's expression turned solemn when he heard Long Qingchong's words. Could it be the death of Lan Qing, the sect leader of the Myriad Devil sect, that caused such a drastic change in Yang Qianye? Duan Lingtian, why are you suddenly asking about this? Long Qingchong asked. Duan Lingtian no longer hesitated when he heard that. He told Long Qingchong what had happened earlier. Yang Qianye came to you and asked you to tell me that he'll avenge his father with his own hands one day? Long Qingchong repeated when he heard that. Then he smiled faintly. It seems like he also thinks that I killed his father. Sect leader, what's going on? Duan Lingtian asked with a slight frown. Lan Qing was killed. The Million Demons sect is saying that I killed Lan Qing. Long Qingchong said. If I tell you that it wasn't me, would you believe me? Long Qingchong asked. Sect leader, what's going on? Why would the Million Demons sect say that you killed their sect leader? Duan Lingtian was even more confused. It said that there's a floating image pearl that recorded the scene of me killing Lan Qing. However, the problem is that the person in the floating image pearl didn't reveal his true appearance. He only revealed his figure under his robe, and the power of the law he used to attack. Long Qingchong said. If it was an ordinary person who saw the floating image pearl's reflection of me in the past, they might think that it was me because the person's attack was very similar to mine in the past. However, only those who know me well know that I'm no longer as ostentatious as before when I attack. The profundities that I've comprehended are from ostentatious to reserved. However, since that person did that, it's obvious that he wanted to pretend to be me to kill Lan Qing, the sect leader of the Million Demons sect. As for his motive, I've been investigating it recently, but I couldn't find anything. What's the point of slandering me for killing the sect leader of the Million Demons sect? Could it be that he wanted Yang Qianye to hold a grudge and avenge his father? Or perhaps he wanted the powerhouse from Chunyang School behind Yang Qianye to kill me for him to avenge his father? Although Long Qingchong's tone was calm, Duan Lingtian could hear the anger in his voice. When Duan Lingtian finished listening to his words, he naturally could understand his feelings. It's not that I Long Qingchong am boasting. If I really wanted to kill Lan Qing, the sect leader of the Million Demons sect, I wouldn't have to hide. Moreover, if I really wanted to kill Lan Qing, do you think I would act so ostentatiously? Would everyone be able to guess that I was the culprit? Recently, I've been investigating who's pretending to be me. However, until now, I haven't found any useful clues. There's also the so-called floating image pearl that recorded me killing the sect leader of the Million Demons sect. Actually, if I think about it carefully, there's a problem. Since there's no third party present, why would there be such a floating image pearl? Did Lan Qing leave it behind himself? He knew he was going to die, so he used the floating image pearl to record everything? If Lan Qing left it behind, why wouldn't the other party discover it? If the other party was hiding, why would he leave behind a floating image pearl that recorded him killing Lan Qing? In any case, if I really was that person, I wouldn't have left behind such a floating image pearl. Of course, it's impossible that I didn't discover it. Speaking up to this point, Long Qingchong paused for a moment before continuing. And if that floating image pearl wasn't left behind by Lan Qing, could it have been left behind by the person who killed him? That person is hiding his head and tail. Clearly, he doesn't want to reveal his identity. Under such circumstances, why would he leave such a floating image pearl and let others guess his identity? There are too many loopholes in this matter. As long as you calm down and think about it, it won't be hard to figure it out. Duan Lingtian, help me pass a message to Yang Qianye. I, Long Qingchong, said I didn't kill his father, so I didn't kill his father. If he doesn't believe me, he can come to the Tianlong clan to find me. In his eyes, I can make a move in front of him and dispel the doubts in his heart. Also, tell him that I'll continue to investigate this matter. Although I, Long Qingchong, am not a big shot in Tunglung province, I won't take the blame for someone else for no reason. Long Qingchong paused again before continuing. Of course, if he doesn't believe me and insists on avenging his father, he can do as he pleases. I, Long Qingchong, don't take the initiative to cause trouble, but that doesn't mean I'm afraid of trouble. Duan Lingtian agreed without hesitation. After a short while, Duan Lingtian stopped walking toward the courtyard where he was staying. He was going to look for Yang Qianye and tell him the message that Long Qingchong had asked him to. However, as he was walking back, Duan Lingtian suddenly remembered that he did not know which guest room Yang Qianye was staying in. He only knew that the group of Chunyang School disciples who had followed Yi Chenfeng were staying on the right side of the inn's backyard. On the other hand, the group of disciples who had followed Lu Fenggu were staying on the left side of the inn's backyard. Now that he had come to the left side, he did not know what to do next. He did not know where Yang Qianye was staying. However, Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up when he saw a person walking out of the courtyard in front of him. He quickly walked up to the person. Duan Lingtian? The person was stunned when he saw Duan Lingtian. Then he looked at Duan Lingtian with a burning gaze and asked, "Are you looking for me?" Naturally, as soon as he finished speaking, he thought it was impossible. He did not know Duan Lingtian. Why would Duan Lingtian look for him? Senior brother. Duan Lingtian greeted the person with a smile. Do you know which guest room Yang Qinya from Pingsheng's branch is staying in? Duan Lingtian, don't call me senior brother. I don't deserve it. The Chunyang school disciple who was stopped by Duan Lingtian was a young man. When he heard Duan Lingtian call him senior brother, he quickly waved his hand to stop him. In Chunyang school, the strong are respected. If we are not from the same branch, even if we are of the same generation, I should call you senior brother. As soon as he finished speaking, the young man pointed the way for Duan Lingtian. At the same time, he looked at the courtyard in front of him and said, Yang Qinya is staying in that room. Thank you. Duan Lingtian thanked him again and again. Then, under the young man's gaze, he walked over to the courtyard. Duan Lingtian is going to look for Yang Qinya? The young man was puzzled. Didn't Duan Lingtian not get along with Yang Qinya when he was in the Tianlong clan? They can't be friends, right? On the other side, Yang Qinya was also surprised by Duan Lingtian's visit, but his attitude was still cold. What's the matter? Aren't you going to invite me in? Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. As for Yang Qinya, after frowning, he opened the door of the courtyard and walked in first. He didn't have any awareness of welcoming guests. Of course, he did not treat Duan Lingtian as a guest. Chapter 4009. If you have something to say, just say it. You've interrupted my cultivation. In the past, Yang Qinya was extremely hostile to Duan Lingtian. It was to the extent that after his childhood friends, Du Pujuan and Du Qianjun, died one after another because of Duan Lingtian, he even thought of killing Duan Lingtian to avenge them. However, there was an even greater hatred in his heart now. He wanted to avenge his father. The enemy he was currently targeting was Long Qingchong, the clan leader of the Tianlong clan. In front of Long Qingchong, who had killed his father, Duan Lingtian seemed insignificant. I've just communicated with Long Qingchong, the clan leader of the Tianlong clan. Duan Lingtian did not beat around the bush. Did you pass on my message? Yang Qinya's eyes were slightly cold. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. That's good. Yang Qinya replied indifferently. Yang Qinya faintly replied, if you dare to kill, you must be prepared to be killed. He won't wait for long. Based on his words, it was clear he was very confident in his strength. Duan Lingtian ignored Yang Qinya's cold gaze and said, Clan leader Long Qingchong asked me to tell you that he didn't kill your father. If he really wanted to kill your father and hide his identity, he wouldn't have left such obvious traces behind. Moreover, he said his profundities from the law are no longer comparable to the profundities he had in the past. The profundities of the law that the person who killed your father used to be similar to the profundities he had when he attacked many years ago. He asked me to tell you that you can verify it yourself. Also, the floating image pearl that recorded him killing your father, as well as the fact that he hid his identity and intentionally exposed himself. Based on what he said, don't you have any doubts? Lastly, he asked me to tell you that if you still think he killed your father and want to seek revenge, he'll be waiting for you at any time. Duan Lingtian paused for a moment before he said indifferently, Yang Qinya, I don't have to say anything. However, I want to tell you something. It's best if you investigate the truth before you make a decision. Otherwise, even if you kill sect leader Long Qingchong in the future, and think that you've avenged your father, what if the truth isn't so? Do you want to let the real culprit go unpunished? After saying this, Duan Lingtian turned around and left without waiting for Yang Qinya's response. He felt that he had said enough. As for what Yang Qinya wanted to think, it was his own business. Duan Lingtian left just like that. Naturally, Yang Qinya didn't send him off. However, after Duan Lingtian's words, Yang Qinya's expression changed drastically. At this moment, he strangely discovered that his heart, which could only calm down when he was cultivating, had strangely calmed down. The memories that he didn't want to recall in the past began to surface in his mind. Due to Duan Lingtian's reminder, he began to think about the process of his father's death. Now that he thought about it, it seemed that there were indeed many suspicious points. If it's not Long Qingchong, who could it be? Although Yang Qianye was eager to seek revenge, it did not mean that he was crazy. Previously, he was so focused on revenge because he valued his father's death too much. However, Duan Lingtian's words finally calmed him down. Duan Lingtian did not care about what would happen to Yang Qianye in the future. This was because he knew that he could not change anything. The decision was in Yang Qianye's hands. However, based on the fact that Yang Qianye had been able to cultivate until now, it was clear that he was not a fool and knew what to do. In the next few days, Duan Lingtian did not leave the inn. He stayed in the inn and cultivated until the people from the Chunyang school left Snow Forest City and set off for the Seven Mansions banquet, the mysterious Jade Mansion. From now on there will be no rest. Yi Chimfeng's words reverberated in everyone's ears. Focus, especially those who are going to participate in the Seven Mansions banquet. You will soon be competing with the geniuses of the Seven Mansions. I don't expect all of you to make it into the top 10 or top 30. However, as long as you can make it into the top 100, you will be rewarded handsomely. This time, there were a total of 66 young disciples from the Chunyang school. Divided among each branch, there were more than 3 people. These 66 people were all celestial emperors under the age of 10,000 in the Chunyang school. 66 celestial emperors under the age of 10,000. If this was in the Tunglung province, it would be unthinkable for an ordinary celestial emperor sect. For example, the heavenly dragon sect that Duan Lingtian had been in previously did not have many divine emperors below the age of 10,000 years old. They could be counted with one's fingers. However, in the Chunyang school, which was also a celestial emperor sect, there were more than 60 of them. Of course, most of the 66 people were only lower celestial emperors. They were participating in the Seven Mansions banquet because they wanted to participate. They wanted to show off the strength of the younger generation in the Chunyang school. In the beginning, the Seven Mansions banquet was only for the geniuses of the various celestial emperor sects to compete for the slots. However, in the end, other than the slots, the Seven Mansions banquet was also a way to show off the strength of the younger generation. A powerful force could only prosper if the younger generation was strong enough. Otherwise, even if a high-level god emperor was born, it would only be able to protect the force it belonged to for a few thousand years, or even 10,000 years. If no new high-level god emperor was born during this period of time, that force would also decline. Duan Lingtian, Yi Qicai, is this really related to the Fu family? Zhen Pingfan walked over to Duan Lingtian and asked curiously. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was also looking at Yi Qicai. Yi Qicai was sitting cross-legged in a corner of the spaceship. He did not close his eyes to rest. Instead, he was in a daze as though he had lost his soul. Compared to the state he was in when he was with the Fu family and Duan Lingtian, he was in a much worse state. Yi Qicai has found his biological mother. Duan Lingtian transmitted his voice to Zhen Pingfan. At that time, his twin brother showed up and stopped us on the streets of Snow Forest City. Does he know the truth? Zhen Pingfan raised an eyebrow and asked. Of course he knows. Duan Lingtian said. This matter should be arranged by Junior Uncle Yi. Zhen Pingfan said. I've been thinking about it for the past few days. Why did Junior Uncle Yi ask me to remind him to go to Snow Forest City to rest? I even suspect that Junior Uncle Yi is secretly adding fuel to the fire for Yi Qicai to reunite with his mother and brother. Duan Lingtian deeply agreed with Zhen Pingfan's words. However, he did not say anything because it was inappropriate. However, Junior Uncle Yi's move is quite amazing. In the future, even if the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness finds out that Yi Qicai knows the truth, they can't blame Junior Uncle Yi or Chunyang School. Even if they suspect that Junior Uncle Yi did it on purpose. Zhen Pingfan paused and frowned. But why did Junior Uncle Yi reveal Yi Qicai's identity at this time? Isn't this to put pressure on him? Duan Lingtian, can you figure it out? Zhen Pingfan asked Duan Lingtian. From the beginning to the end, he seemed to be communicating with Duan Lingtian through voice transmission. However, he was actually talking to himself. Maybe it's to put pressure on him so that he can improve himself? Duan Lingtian guessed. This was also his previous guess. If that's the case, isn't the pressure too great? Zhen Pingfan smiled bitterly. The other party is the alliance of benevolence and righteousness. Moreover, Junior Uncle Yi and even the sect would definitely not stand up for him. After all, he hadn't even entered Chunyang School when the accident happened. The alliance of benevolence and righteousness spared his life back then because they were giving face to Junior Uncle Yi and Chunyang School. In fact, Duan Lingtian had already thought of Zhen Pingfan's words. Elder Zhen, I think that if you're really curious, you should ask Elder Yi. Duan Lingtian smiled and transmitted his voice. Seeing that Duan Lingtian's eyes were rolling, Zhen Pingfan said grumpily, I think you're very curious too, aren't you? But I'm really curious too. I'll ask him. After a while, Zhen Pingfan looked at Yi Qinfeng. After about 10 breaths, Zhen Pingfan's gaze returned to Duan Lingtian, who had been staring at him all this time. Duan Lingtian also asked subconsciously, What do you think? Zhen Pingfan's gaze was a little strange at this time, but he did not hide it. According to Junior Uncle Ye's words, it was Yi Tong's idea. Of course, Yi Tong came up with the idea, and Junior Uncle Yi agreed. That's why today's incident happened. The reason why Yi Tong came up with this idea is related to a person. You know that person too? Zhen Pingfan said. Who? Duan Lingtian asked subconsciously. Zhen Pingfan's eyes flashed. Yang Qianye from Ping Sheng's faction. Yang Qianye. Hearing Zhen Pingfan's words, Duan Lingtian could not help but be startled. What does it have to do with him? Junior Uncle Yi said that Yi Tong told him. Yang Qianye worked hard to improve himself after his father was killed, and not long ago, he successfully broke through to the middle level of the Divine Emperor realm. Zhen Pingfan could not help but sigh. Although I saw Yang Qianye before, I didn't pay much attention to him. I didn't expect him to break through to the middle level of the Divine Emperor realm in such a short time. Speaking of which, in our generation of Chunyang School, including Junior Uncle Yi and me, no one can surpass you and him in breaking through to the middle level of the Divine Emperor realm. It's too fast. If it weren't for you, he would be the fastest person in Chunyang School to break through to the middle level of the Divine Emperor realm. After hearing Zhen Pingfan's words, Duan Lingtian was also stunned. Yang Qianye had broken through to the middle level of the Divine Emperor realm? No wonder he felt that Yang Qianye had changed a lot when they met. Not only had his temperament changed, but he had also changed mysteriously. He did not expect that he had broken through. No wonder he was so confident that he could kill Long Qingcheng, the clan master of the Tianlong clan, and avenge his father. Yang Qianye's comprehension of the profound law is not weak. He has broken through to the middle level of the Divine Emperor realm, and I'm afraid his strength is not much worse than Yi Qizai's. After saying this, Zhen Pingfan glanced at Yi Qizai, who was still absent-minded. Chapter 40:10. Duan Lingtian really didn't know that Yang Qianye had broken through to the Middle God Emperor realm. Now that he knew, he was still amazed. It turned out that a person could stimulate such amazing potential under the spur of hatred. Duan Lingtian had heard of Yang Qianye's talent when he was still in the Hidden Fog sect. However, breaking through to the Middle God Emperor realm was not something that could be done with the talent he had shown before. What he didn't expect was that Elder Yi Tong of the Hidden Sword faction saw that Yang Qianye's amazing potential had been stimulated, and entered the Middle God Emperor realm in advance. Therefore, he wanted to let his disciple, Yi Qizai, know about his background. More importantly, Yi Tong looked for his master, Yi Qinfeng, and Yi Qinfeng cooperated with him to make arrangements. Now Yi Qizai knew about his background. He also knew that he had killed his father and his clan. Moreover, his enemy was the alliance of benevolence and righteousness. I hope he can bear it. If he can bear it, he might be able to soar into the sky in the future. If he can't bear it, I'm afraid he'll be crippled. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. On second thought, He remembered that he had also been spurred on all this time. Rescuing Kerr from the world of divine offering was the biggest spur for him. Now that he knew that Kerr was trapped in the world of divine offering, he had to be strong enough to find Kerr. Now, even if he entered the world of divine offering, although it wouldn't be as dangerous as the last time he came to the profound Handle land, it would still be difficult for him. In the world of divine emperors, there were as many divine kings as dogs. Even god emperors could be found everywhere in the world of divine offering. If he was unlucky, he might even encounter a godly venerable. But I can't even take care of my own business. Why should I care about other people's business? Thinking of this, Duan Lingtian laughed self-deprecatingly. Then, he sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes to cultivate. Inside the spaceship, although the cultivation environment was not as good, he could definitely immerse himself in cultivation. Therefore, before this cultivation, Duan Lingtian also told Jin Pingfan not to let anyone disturb his cultivation until they reached their destination. When Jin Pingfan heard this, he immediately agreed. At the same time, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. What a hard-working kid. At least, Yingkai really can't compare to him. If he has the time to daydream, he might as well spend it on cultivation. As long as he has sufficient strength, he might be able to avenge his father and family. Can he avenge his father by being in a daze? Thinking of this, Zhen Pingfan glanced at Yi Qizai, who was still in a daze, and shook his head. The journey that he borrowed was calm and peaceful. In fact, even if they encountered some obstacles along the way, as long as Yi Chunfeng and Lu Fenggu displayed their strength, no one would dare to stop them. Right now they were still walking in the 7 prefectures. In the 7 prefectures, there was no news of an ultimate god expert. Even if there was an ultimate god expert, it was basically impossible for them to stay in the 7 prefectures. On the other hand, there were some hidden upper god emperors. However, those hidden experts, without exception, were all trying to break through to the ultimate god realm. How would they have the time to go out and cause trouble? It was meaningless to them. Generally, those who would intercept passers-by were relatively ordinary people. Occasionally, there would be a lower god emperor in a group, which was already very shocking. This middle god emperor cultivation base is still a little bit away from completely stabilizing. Hopefully, it will be smoothly stabilized before the 7 prefectures feast. The middle god emperor cultivation base was harder to stabilize than Duan Lingtian expected. Even if he didn't lack ultimate divine pills, he still needed time. Time was still too tight. Little Tian, it's not good to be so impatient when you're cultivating. Just when Duan Lingtian realized that he couldn't completely calm down to cultivate, and was getting frustrated at the thought of how difficult it would be to stabilize his cultivation base before the 7 prefectures feast, a familiar yet distant voice pulled him out of his anxious state of cultivation. This voice, Duan Lingtian's heart trembled. Sister Water? You've recovered? He recognized the owner of the voice. It was one of the 5 divine elements in his body, the world-cleansing divine water. It was the world-cleansing divine water that had fallen into a deep slumber. After the 5 divine elements had helped him cross over to the realm battlefield in the past, they had exhausted themselves and fallen into a deep slumber. After he came to the Xiangang land, the little world in his body had been closed at all times for fear of being discovered. It was not until he broke through to the God Emperor realm that he opened a small opening. He thought that if the 5 divine elements woke up, they would be able to contact him immediately. With his God Emperor cultivation base, it would be difficult for even a God Emperor to discover anything about him, unless a God Emperor unscrupulously probed him. However, if a God Emperor unscrupulously probed him, he would be able to sense it. He would have enough time to close the little world in his body and prevent it from being exposed to the God Emperor. Duan Lingtian had been waiting for the 5 divine elements to wake up. First, it was because they had fallen because of him. Second, it was because their existence gave him some peace of mind. Their existence would eventually become a trump card for him. A trump card that could turn the tables at a critical moment. And today it had finally come. Since the world-cleansing divine water had woken up, the other 5 divine elements should have woken up as well, right? Even if they hadn't woken up yet, they should be waking up soon, right? I've recovered a little for now. The world-cleansing divine water's voice sounded a little weak. It will take at least a few hundred years or even 1,000 years to fully recover. I'm only waking up now because I've recovered a little. Moreover, I had discussed with them that I would wake up first to check on you. I didn't expect you to become a medium god emperor in such a short time. Amazing. The world-cleansing divine water had once possessed the divine tree of life in one of the realms of gods. She had seen many prodigies in the realms of gods. It was clear that Duan Lingtian's cultivation had improved at a rapid pace. Sister Water, you didn't wake up just to praise me, right? He would be lying if he said he was not touched by the world-cleansing divine water's praise. However, he was still disappointed when he learned that the 5 divine elements would not fully awaken. I'm just following everyone's wishes to see how you're doing, the world-cleansing divine water said with a smile. The world-cleansing divine water said with a smile. Her voice was still as intelligent as ever, as if she was a caring big sister. I'm in a hurry to consolidate my cultivation base as a medium god emperor. Duan Lingtian sighed. After a period of time, there'll be a martial competition called the 7 Prefectures Grand Banquet. If I'm able to seize first place, it would be extremely beneficial to me, and my future path would be even smoother. However, if I can't consolidate my cultivation base, I'm not confident I'll be able to win first place. This was the problem Duan Lingtian was facing. Relax. I'll observe your cultivation base, the world-cleansing divine water said. Duan Lingtian, naturally, would not allow anyone to observe him. However, since the world-cleansing divine water wanted to observe him, he did not hesitate at all. If the world-cleansing divine water wanted to harm him, she could have done so many times in the past. There was no need for her to wait until now. After a while, the world-cleansing divine water's energy circulated through Duan Lingtian's meridians. During this process, Duan Lingtian felt a refreshing sensation in his body. It was a comfortable feeling. In fact, at that moment, his heart instantly calmed down. He was no longer impatient, and it was as if he had forgotten all his worries. His entire body relaxed. Duan Lingtian only regained his senses when he heard the world-cleansing divine water again. Little Tian, it's not impossible for you to consolidate your cultivation base in a short time. However, I can't guarantee it'll work. Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat when he heard the world-cleansing divine water's words. He could not help but ask anxiously, Sister Water, do you have any ideas? We'll help you, the world-cleansing divine water said. I'll awaken them since they haven't fully recovered. I'll mobilize our 5 elements energy and merge it with your divine energy to help you consolidate your cultivation base. This way, you'll be able to consolidate your cultivation base much faster. However, I can't guarantee you'll be able to consolidate your cultivation base before the 7 Mansions Banquet. After all, I don't know when the 7 Mansions Banquet will be held. As soon as the world-cleansing divine water finished speaking, Duan Lingtian's first reaction was not to tell the world-cleansing divine water when the 7 Mansions Banquet would be held. Instead, he was worried if the world-cleansing divine water helped him in advance. Sister Water, if you help me like this, I'm afraid you'll have to expend a lot of energy, right? Duan Lingtian asked. It's fine, the world-cleansing divine water said. It's just a small matter to us. In fact, we'll only need to use 10% of our energy that we've recovered over the years to assist you. You're only an intermediate celestial emperor now, and you've already consolidated your cultivation base. If you've just become a high-level celestial emperor and need our help to consolidate your cultivation base, we'll have to use all the energy we've recovered over the years to assist you. The world-cleansing divine water chuckled when she finished speaking. You don't have to be so pretentious. Don't forget, it's also a good thing for us if you become stronger as soon as possible. If it's something else, I'll ask for their opinion. However, for this matter, I'll speak up on their behalf since they won't refuse. Now, I just want to know when the 7 Mansions Banquet will be held, the world-cleansing divine water asked. Upon hearing the world-cleansing divine water's words, Duan Lingtian finally felt at ease. He could accept this outcome. He would never agree to let the efforts of the 5 divine elements go to waste. Following that, Duan Lingtian told the world-cleansing divine water the date of the 7 mansions banquet. Sister Water, will we be able to make it in time? Duan Lingtian asked after telling him the time. Chapter 40:11. More or less. The world-cleansing divine water pondered for a moment, before replying to Duan Lingtian's question. Upon hearing this, Duan Lingtian was overjoyed. I'll go talk to them now and get them to cooperate with me to help you cultivate. After this, I won't divert my attention to talk to you anymore. It's the same for them. If they divert their attention, they'll use up even more energy. After saying this, the world-cleansing divine water left. Duan Lingtian could see with his own eyes that the world-cleansing divine water had transformed into the energy of water. It was obvious that the world-cleansing divine water was interacting with the 5 divine elements. Soon after, the 5 divine elements seemed to have reached a consensus. The 5 divine elements' energy surged out of the opening in Duan Lingtian's little world. In just a blink of an eye, the energy merged with his body. Upon seeing this, Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up. He calmed down and began to cultivate. With the help of the 5 divine elements and the world-cleansing divine water, he did not doubt he would be able to consolidate his cultivation base before the 7 prefectures' grand banquet. Duan Lingtian completely forgot about the time as he cultivated. When the 5 divine elements' energy surged out, it carried with it the rich spirit energy from Duan Lingtian's little world. For this reason, Duan Lingtian did not have to worry about the environment in the flying boat affecting his cultivation base. Normally, Duan Lingtian would not dare to do this since it would reveal the secret of his little world. However, with the 5 divine elements' energy concealing the spirit energy in his little world, he did not have to worry about the spirit energy leaking out. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was cultivating. Since Zhen Pingfan was by Duan Ling's side, no one could disturb Duan Ling. In fact, even if Zhen Pingfan was not around, the bystanders would not be so blind as to disturb Duan Lingtian when they saw he was cultivating, especially when they knew he was a seated candidate from the Pure Sun sect this time. While the people from Chunyang School were making their way to the 7 prefectures' grand banquet, many people from other forces were making their way to the Profound Jade Mansion as well. There were also some people from other forces who had just set off. Tunglung Province. Machi Clan. Whoosh! A spaceship broke through the sky and left the Machi family. Within the spaceship, a group of people were scattered all over the place. This spaceship was slightly larger than an ordinary spaceship. It was also a specially made celestial Thearch-grade spaceship. The Machi family had requested a powerful divine weapon master, who had a good relationship with their ancestor, to refine it using the inheritance of a powerful divine weapon master. The speed of this celestial Emperor-grade spaceship wasn't any slower than an ordinary celestial Emperor-grade spaceship. However, the space inside it was much larger than an ordinary celestial Emperor-grade spaceship. This time, the leader of the Machi clan's 2 great gold seat elders, Machi Yuning, was personally leading the team to the 7 prefectures feast. That's right, the head of the 2 golden seat elders. The reason for that was because the Machi clan's golden seat elder, Machi Ju, had died some time ago. Machi Yuning was also the strongest person in the Machi family. In addition to his high seniority, he personally led the team. The interior of the spaceship was quiet and peaceful. Even if others wanted to communicate, they would do so through voice transmissions. This was because they noticed that Machi Yuning's complexion was not good. As for why Machi Yuning's expression was so unsightly, the crowd had a slight understanding of it. It was because their Machi clan's ancestor had not only met Machi Hong before they departed, but he had also spoken a few words with him. When the old ancestor was facing Machi Hong, he still had a smile on his face. However, when they boarded the spaceship and saw Machi Hong sitting cross-legged at the corner of the spaceship with his eyes closed, the old ancestor's complexion instantly turned gloomy. The old ancestor must have thought of old ancestor Machi Ju. An elder of the Machi family sent a voice transmission to an acquaintance of his who was also an elder of the Machi family. That's normal. The latter nodded. The death of old ancestor Machi Ju is not only a huge blow to our Machi family, but it's also a huge blow to the old ancestor. I'm afraid the old ancestor is also worried that after the 7 prefectures feast, even if Machi Hong gets the opportunity, he still won't be able to make a breakthrough to the upper-level Celestial Emperor realm. You also know that if he doesn't make a breakthrough soon, the upper-level Celestial Emperor realm will reach the end of his lifespan. In the entire spaceship, the members of the Machi aristocrat clan, from the few lower-level god emperors of the Machi aristocrat clan to the outstanding younger generation of the Machi aristocrat clan, were all chatting through voice transmissions. The silence in the spaceship was broken when the old man standing at the front, who was also the leader of the group, the Golden Seat elder of the Machi family, Machi Yuning, opened his mouth. Little Hong, I forgot to ask you earlier. Have you completely consolidated your cultivation base? Machi Yuning turned around and looked at the young man sitting cross-legged at the corner of the spaceship. The young man was originally sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed as he cultivated. When he heard Machi Yuning's voice, he immediately opened his eyes. At the same time, he stood up and said respectfully, Old ancestor, I didn't disappoint your expectations. Machi Yuning immediately smiled when he heard Machi Hong's words. Good. Very good. Good. Great. Now that you've consolidated your cultivation base as an upper-level Celestial Emperor, it won't be difficult for you to make it to the top 3 in the 7 prefectures feast. Perhaps you can even defeat Duan Lingtian and avenge your humiliation. Machi Yuning smiled brightly. Duan Lingtian has only been a middle-level Celestial Emperor for about 10 years. It's no different from wishful thinking for him to consolidate his cultivation base as a middle-level Celestial Emperor. Even if the Chunyang school is willing to do everything to help him, and his talent is not weak, the time is too short after all. It's impossible for him to consolidate his cultivation base as a middle-level Celestial Emperor. With his strength, if he can't consolidate his cultivation base, he won't be able to improve much. Last time, you were defeated by him. This time, you defeated him, in front of Yi Chenfeng. This time, there are 2 leaders from the Chunyang school, and one of them is Yi Chenfeng. When Machi Yuning mentioned Yi Chenfeng, a cold light flashed in his eyes, but more than that, there was fear. The moment Yi Chenfeng used the upper-level divine sword, he knew that he, who could barely fight against Yi Chenfeng in the past, was no longer Yi Chenfeng's opponent. If they fought, he might lose within 10 moves. Yi Chenfeng. Hearing Machi Yuning's words, raging flames of hatred burst forth from Machi Hong's eyes. He was unable to restrain himself. Work hard, and you might be able to avenge your ancestor in the future. Machi Yuning said these words to Machi Hong through sound transmission. He couldn't encourage Yi Chenfeng openly. If there were people from the Pure Sun sect present, and Yi Chenfeng knew about this, he might choose to eliminate them completely. If that happened, it would undoubtedly be a huge blow to the Machi family. Now, unless a high-level god emperor was born from the older generation of the Machi family, there was nothing else they could do. They could see the path ahead of them. However, the younger generation had to completely rely on Machi Hong. Otherwise, the Machi family would fall into a situation where there was a shortage of young people. Ancestor. Machi Hong asked in a deep voice, Can we kill during the 7 mansions banquet? When Machi Yuning heard Machi Hong's words, he was stunned at first. Then he looked at Machi Hong deeply and said, Normally we can't kill. However, if the opponent is willing to fight to the death, we can. However, we need to obtain the approval of the organizer of the 7 mansions banquet. When Machi Yuning heard Machi Hong's words, he knew that he wanted to kill Duan Lingtian. However, I don't agree with you looking for Duan Lingtian to fight to the death. It's not that I look down on your strength, but that Duan Lingtian is too monstrous. Even now, I feel that you should be able to defeat him and get into the top 3 in the 7 mansions banquet. However, if we really fight to the death, I'm worried about you. Therefore, I don't agree with it, nor do I support it. Machi Yuning said. It's best that you don't think about it. Even if Duan Lingtian wants to fight to the death with you, I will still refuse. I hope you can understand, ancestor. The Machi family can no longer take risks. You are the hope of the Machi family. The words of Machi Yuning could not be said to not be heavy. Machi Hong fell silent when he heard these words. I understand, ancestor. At the border of the profound jade mansion, two flying ships flew side by side. In one of the flying ships, a few young men were chatting in the corner of the flying ship. Do you think that Duan Lingtian from Tunglung province is really that monstrous? He's not even 3,000 years old, but he actually defeated Machi Hong from the Machi family. I also think that the rumors might not be true. I know that Machi Hong is very strong. At the very least, I'm far from being a match for him. However, I don't really believe that he was defeated by a young man who's not even 3,000 years old. Won't we know if Duan Lingtian is really that strong when the Seven Mansions banquet begins? This time, there are also high-level divine emperors participating in the Seven Mansions banquet on our side. We should be able to get into the top 10. Although he's not as strong as Machi Hong, he's still a high-level divine emperor. It shouldn't be difficult for him to get into the top 10. I remember that during the Seven Mansions banquet 10,000 years ago, there were only 6 high-level divine emperors participating in the Seven Mansions banquet, right? All 6 of them managed to get into the top 10. It's too difficult to become a high-level divine emperor before 10,000 years old. In my opinion, I don't think I'll be able to become a high-level divine emperor before I'm 12,000 years old. At this moment, this flying ship and the flying ship next to it did not come from Tunglung province or the state mansion of Qing. Instead, they came from another mansion of the Seven Mansions. At the same time, the people from this force were not the only ones talking about Duan Lingtian. On the way to the profound Jade Mansion to participate in the Seven Mansions banquet, many people from the top forces in the Seven Mansions were talking about Duan Lingtian. The reason they were so interested in Duan Lingtian was that Duan Lingtian was a rising figure. Moreover, as soon as he rose, he stepped on Machi Hong, the strongest person among the younger generation in Tunglung province. It could be said that he became famous overnight. Chapter 40:12. The Seven Mansions banquet was being held in Profound Jade Mansion. The banquet was jointly organized by the 4 Peak God Emperor forces of Profound Jade Mansion. It was not held in any of the 4 forces, but in another place, a vast land. This vast land was located in a mountain range of Profound Jade Mansion. The center was hollowed out, forming a huge field. At the center of this field, there were many small islands floating in the void. Each island could at most accommodate several people standing on it at the same time. It could be said that they were very small. At least, this was the smallest floating island Duan Lingtian had ever seen. These small islands should be the spectator seats. Zhen Pingfan's voice sounded in Duan Lingtian's ears. Obviously, he had also seen through Duan Lingtian's doubts. In the past, the Seven Mansions banquet I participated in was also similar to this. There are many small islands floating in the air. These are the places where the upper echelons of the various forces have set up. They are standing there to watch the younger generation fight. Hearing Zhen Pingfan's words, Duan Lingtian also noticed that there were indeed some stone tables on those floating islands. On each side of the stone tables were 2 stone stools. Each stone table could accommodate 2 people sitting on one side, and their eyes were fixed on the center of the field. As for the center, it was a barren land. There was no special field for martial arts because there was no need for it. When one's strength reached a certain level, they would basically fight in the air. They're here. Suddenly Zhen Pingfan spoke. At this time, Duan Lingtian followed Zhen Pingfan's gaze and saw an old man, escorted by 2 middle-aged men. In the blink of an eye, they arrived near Duan Lingtian's group. The old man was wearing a light blue robe. Although his hair and brows were white, his appearance was no different from that of a middle-aged man. It could be said that he had white hair and a youthful face. His eyes were originally dim, but as soon as he got close to Duan Lingtian's group, they shone brightly. At the same time, he looked at the 2 people leading Duan Lingtian's group, Yi Chunfeng and Lu Fenggu. Elder Yi, Elder Lu, long time no see. Both of you are still as elegant as ever. The old man smiled and greeted the 2. The 2 middle-aged men behind the old man also looked at Yi Chunfeng and Lu Fenggu. When one of them saw Yi Chunfeng, his gaze was incomparably complicated. This middle-aged man was an elder of Profound Jade Mansion's emperor-level sect, the Rui sect. He was one of the strongest high-level god emperors in Rui sect. His name was Huang Qiyuan. He had once defeated Yi Qinfeng within 10 moves during the Feast of the Seven Manners 10,000 years ago. Later on, he even became one of the top 10 finalists. As for the old man standing in front of him, he was his father and master, a god emperor powerhouse of the Rui sect. Of course, he was a god emperor. Elder Huang. Lu Fenggu smiled and nodded at the old man. As for Yi Qinfeng, after greeting the old man, he looked at Huang Qiyuan and said, "Senior brother Huang, it seems like we haven't seen each other for 10,000 years. How have you been recently?" When Yi Qinfeng looked at Huang Qiyuan, the smile on his face became even brighter. He looked like a superior who was willing to lower himself to get along with others. However, Huang Qiyuan's expression did not look too good when Yi Qinfeng took the initiative to greet him. Nevertheless, he still greeted Yi Qinfeng. "Elder Yi, we haven't seen each other for 10,000 years. You're no longer the same as before. Back then, I was young and frivolous, young and ignorant. Elder Yi, please forget about those unpleasant matters," Huang Qiyuan said bluntly. Upon hearing Huang Qiyuan's words, many people, including Duan Lingtian, were puzzled. They did not know why the middle-aged man would suddenly say such a thing. It sounded like Elder Yi was deliberately targeting him. "Senior brother Huang, you've misunderstood. I didn't mean anything." Yi Qinfeng smiled and shook his head. "Forget it. Since senior brother Huang doesn't want to catch up with an old friend like me, let's just leave it at that. Elder Huang, please take us to the place we're staying." Then, Yi Qinfeng looked at the old man in front of Huang Qiyuan. He was Huang Qiyuan's father, Huang Long. When Huang Long saw Yi Qinfeng greeting his son, his expression was very complicated. When he saw his son's reaction, he felt even worse. 10,000 years ago, at the Seven Prefectures banquet, his son was in high spirits. At that time, Yi Qinfeng was just a defeated opponent. But now 10,000 years had passed. Not to mention that his son had yet to step into the Emperor God realm. Even he himself had been surpassed by Yi Qinfeng, and was left far behind. Who would have thought that the brat who did not even enter the top 20 of the Seven Prefectures banquet 10,000 years ago, would become the strongest person in Tongling province? In the past, although some people said that Yi Qinfeng was the strongest person in Tongling province, it was not true. However, 10 years ago, Yi Qinfeng had made a powerful move in the Machi clan. He had relied on his full soul prominent grade divine sword to instantly kill Machi Ju, one of the 3 great golden seat elders of the Machi clan. "Elder Yi, Elder Lu, please." Huang Long sighed inwardly, and then led the way in front. During this process, Lu Fenggu introduced the old man leading the way to the group of Chunyang school disciples behind him. "This is Elder Huang Long from the Rui sect. This is Elder Huang Qiyuan from the Rui sect. He's also Elder Huang Long's son. As for the other one, he's also Elder Huang Long's disciple." When Lu Fenggu introduced Huang Long, and the other two, Duan Lingtian also learned from Zhen Pingfan why Huang Qiyuan was so sensitive. It turned out that this person had defeated Elder Yi Qinfeng in the past. During the Seven Prefectures banquet 10,000 years ago, he even made it to the top 10. At that time, Yi Qinfeng had been defeated by him in just a few moves, and he seemed to have said some unpleasant things as well. 10,000 years later, Yi Qinfeng had stepped into the mid-god emperor realm, and grasped a high-grade divine sword. As for Huang Qiyuan, he was still stuck at the high god emperor realm. 10,000 years. So many changes in an instant. Duan Lingtian could imagine how Huang Qiyuan was feeling right now. It was no wonder he was so sensitive. In the eyes of outsiders, Yi Qinfeng's greeting was considered polite. However, in Huang Qiyuan's eyes, it was no different from humiliation. After all, their statuses were not equal at all. "You took the initiative to talk to me and even said that we haven't seen each other for 10,000 years. What do you mean? Are you trying to tell me that I was stronger than you 10,000 years ago?" At this moment, even Duan Lingtian felt that Yi Qinfeng was deliberately reminding Huang Qiyuan that he had lost to him 10,000 years ago. Now he could not be compared to him at all. "I didn't expect Elder Yi to have such a side to him." Duan Lingtian shook his head inwardly. At the same time, he also felt that it was not a big deal. However, this also shows that being strong for a while does not mean that you will always be strong. Don't bully the young. Just as Duan Lingtian was thinking about this, Zhen Pingfan's voice rang in his ears. This time, Elder Huanglong and his son actually came to pick us up. In my opinion, this must be arranged by the people in the Rui sect who oppose them. It's the Seven Mansions feast again. Moreover, Huang Qiyuan once defeated Martial Uncle Yi. Why would he be so kind when he sees Martial Uncle Yi again? When Duan Lingtian heard this, he also felt that this was very likely. Otherwise, if it was voluntary, Huang Qiyuan would definitely not be willing to see Elder Yi, who he had defeated in the past, under such circumstances. Elder Yi, Elder Lu, I heard that there's a monstrous genius in Chunyang School called Duan Lingtian. Even Machi Hong from the Machi clan was defeated by him. May I know who he is? Huang Long and the other two brought Duan Lingtian and his group to the resting place arranged for them. At first, he was just leading the way, but halfway there, he could not help but turn around and ask Yi Chunfeng and Lu Fenggu curiously as they walked. Duan Lingtian, say hello to Elder Huang. Lu Fenggu looked back at Duan Lingtian with a complicated expression. In the past, the tyrannical Saber clan had also invited Duan Lingtian, but they were all rejected by Duan Lingtian. Of course, in his opinion, it was also because the conditions offered by the tyrannical Saber clan were not good enough. Otherwise, Duan Lingtian might not have rejected them. He felt sorry for missing out on such a monstrous genius. If he had accepted such a monstrous genius, he might have had a chance to become the master of an ultimate god in the future. That was right. An ultimate god. In Lu Fenggu's opinion, the upper divine emperor realm that was difficult for them to reach would not be difficult for Duan Lingtian. At least, that was the case based on Duan Lingtian's current achievements. Duan Lingtian had the potential to become an ultimate god. Duan Lingtian greets Elder Huang. Since Lu Fenggu had spoken, Duan Lingtian naturally did not want to reject him. He took a few steps forward and cupped his fists slightly to salute Huang Long. At this moment, Huang Long was not the only one sizing up Duan Lingtian. Even Huang Long's son, Huang Qiyuan, and another disciple behind Huang Long were also sizing up Duan Lingtian. It was obvious that the three of them were very curious about Duan Lingtian. Huang Long was the first to regain his senses. He sighed and said, "He is indeed as handsome as the rumors say. He is indeed a man of striking appearance. A middle divine emperor less than 3,000 years old. A monstrous genius," Huang Long exclaimed. When Duan Lingtian heard that, he also humbly replied. The rest of the journey was quiet again. Fortunately, they soon arrived at their destination. It was a valley with beautiful mountains and clear waters. It was the place that the profound Jade Mansion had arranged for the people from Chunyang School to stay. There were still a few months before the Seven Mansions feast began. Duan Lingtian and the others had to wait here until the feast began. Elder Yi, Elder Lu, see you in 3 months. After sending Duan Lingtian and the others from Chunyang School to the valley, the 3 people from Tunglung Province, led by Huang Long, bid farewell to Duan Lingtian and the others and left. The valley had everything that should be there. There were many courtyards and wooden houses that looked brand new. It was obvious that they had just been set up and no one had lived in them before. Chapter 40:13. In the profound Jade Mansion, whether it was the location of the Seven Mansions banquet or the resting place for the guests, everything was arranged by the 4 divine emperors of the profound Jade Mansion. There were no formations or restrictions here. Under such circumstances, even though the 4 divine emperors of the profound Jade Mansion were the hosts, it was impossible for them to tamper with the Seven Mansions banquet. At the same time, it was impossible for them to harm the young disciples of the other sects before the Seven Mansions banquet. After the group of people from the Chunyang School settled in, Duan Lingtian saw Lu Fenggu leading a group of elders from the Chunyang School to set up various formations above the canyon. There were no formations set up here beforehand. Naturally, even if they had set up formations, they would not feel safe. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian and the group of young disciples from the Chunyang School found a courtyard and entered a wooden house. After that, they began to cultivate. Some of them wanted to cultivate on their own. As for some people, they were too embarrassed to hang around outside when they saw that everyone else had gone to cultivate. Some of them just wanted to put on a show in front of their elders. No matter how hard they worked, it would be difficult for them to improve their strength in 3 months. Moreover, they were under great pressure. The 7 Mansions banquet was about to begin. However, to Duanling Tian, these 3 months of time were a race against time. Although the 5 divine elements had been helping him consolidate his cultivation base, it was only natural that he did not have enough time to do so. For this reason, the next 3 months would be a crucial period for him. I have to consolidate my cultivation base before the 7 Mansions banquet. Otherwise, it'll be impossible for me to win the 7 Mansions banquet. Duanling Tian did not feel proud of himself, even though the elder from the Rui sect thought he was monstrous after he joined the profound Nether Mansion. There would be many young powerhouses who were on par with him in the 7 Mansions banquet. Although Ma Qihong was widely acknowledged as the strongest person under the age of 10,000 in Tunglung province, he only had a chance of making it to the 7 Mansions banquet. Having a chance of making it to the 7 Mansions banquet was completely different from having a chance of making it to the 7 Mansions banquet. Ma Qihong only had a chance of making it to the 7 Mansions banquet. In fact, Duanling Tian's strength was not much stronger than Ma Qihong's. The reason he was able to defeat Ma Qihong so quickly was because Ma Qihong had underestimated him. If Ma Qihong had not underestimated Duanling Tian, due to his underestimation of Duanling Tian's strength, Duanling Tian would have to put in more effort to defeat Duanling Tian. Duanling Tian's strength was not as strong as it was 10 years ago. Duanling Tian did not have a banquet. Duanling Tian's was Ling Tian. This was the last thought Duanling Tian had before he fully immersed himself in his cultivation. In the next instant, he completely immersed himself in his cultivation and began to cultivate diligently. Duanling Tian's, of course, he wasn't worried that he would miss the feast of the 7 prefectures, because before the feast began, the people of the Pure Sun sect would definitely do everything they could to wake him up. After all, the Chunyang school's Lingtian was Lingtian's Lingtian. As for the others, even the most outstanding ones, it would be very difficult for them to make it to the top 10. Duanling Tian was cultivating. On the other side, Zhen Pingfan and Yi Chenfeng were drinking tea. The 2 of them chatted while drinking tea. Martial Uncle Yi. Zhen Pingfan said with a smile. I didn't realize you were so vengeful. It's been 10,000 years, yet you still remember Huangqi Yuan's disdain for you? Actually, I think he looked down on you back then because you were indeed inferior to him. There was no need for him to hold a grudge. Just like now. Can he look down on you? Dare he look down on you? Zhen Pingfan said while shaking his head. You brat. Yi Chenfeng glared at Zhen Pingfan. Who told you I'm vengeful? Why do you think I'm vengeful? Have I ever offended him in any way? Isn't it just greeting him? Is this considered revenge? Speaking of which, he and I can be considered old friends. Although we met 10,000 years ago, as the saying goes, no discord, no concord. I regard him as a confidant. When I greeted him earlier, I also transmitted a message to him. If it weren't for what he said back then, I wouldn't be where I am today. Without him, I wouldn't be where I am today. You say, I'm thanking him, right? Why did he suddenly explode? It's really inexplicable. Zhen Pingfan was dumbfounded by Yi Chenfeng's words. You provoked him by transmitting a message? At first, I thought that he was being too sensitive. He's really good-tempered. If it were me, even if I'm not your opponent, I would have already cursed at him. You're really ruthless. Zhen Pingfan gave Yi Chenfeng a thumbs up with a face full of admiration. At the same time, he thought to himself, I shouldn't have offended this junior Uncle Yi in the past, right? Following which, Zhen Pingfan mocked Yi Chenfeng a few more times before changing the topic. Junior Uncle Yi, the promise you made to Duanling Tian earlier. It seems like you have confidence in him. Do you really think he has a chance of winning first place in the 7 prefectures banquet? Zhen Pingfan asked. Hearing this, Yi Chenfeng shook his head to Zhen Pingfan's surprise. Can I say that I have confidence in him? I just wanted to encourage him. However, if he's still as strong as he was 10 years ago, it's probably impossible for him to win first place in the 7 prefectures banquet. Even the top 3 would be difficult. As soon as Yi Chunfeng said this, Zhen Pingfan's pupils constricted. What? Is there a situation in the 7 prefectures banquet this time? Yes. Yi Chunfeng nodded. I've recently received news that a monster has appeared in the Consonant's mansion. If the rumors are true, he'll definitely be in the top 3 in the 7 prefectures banquet this time. Consonant's mansion. Zhen Pingfan's eyes flashed. Which force is it from? Heaven's Equal Sect. Yi Chunfeng said, Heaven's Equal Sect. Last year, a young disciple that many people in Heaven's Equal Sect didn't know about appeared. As soon as he appeared, he defeated the most outstanding people in Heaven's Equal Sect. Moreover, it was 1 against 5. The 5 most outstanding people in Heaven's Equal Sect's younger generation are all famous people. You and I both know about them. Even if the strongest person among them isn't as strong as Ma Qihong, he's not too far off. He's still very confident that he'll be in the top 10 of the 7 prefectures banquet. Hearing Yi Chunfeng's words, Zhen Pingfan's face darkened. That Heaven's Equal Sect has really hidden themselves well. It seems like they've hidden that monster so that he can show off in the 7 prefectures banquet this time. Besides Heaven's Equal Sect of Consonant's mansion, is there anything else? Zhen Pingfan asked after calming down. Yi Chunfeng nodded. There's also Underworld Mansion and Heavenly Star Mansion. This time, there seems to be more than one youngster who hasn't shown up before. Rumor has it that they've been secretly nurtured by Underworld Mansion and Heavenly Star Mansion in order to get into the top 3, and win a lot of spots to be divided among the other forces. Both Underworld Mansion and Heavenly Star Mansion have 3 forces each. If they can get into the top 3, even if they don't get first place, they'll still get enough spots. Hearing Yi Chunfeng's words, Zhen Pingfan frowned. Both Underworld Prefecture and Heavenly Star Prefecture are so shameless this time. You still have the nerve to say that. Yi Chunfeng glared at Zhen Pingfan. Don't forget, 10,000 years ago, when no one from their 2 manors could get into the top 20, you were the one who nagged them, saying that they should give up on the 7 prefectures banquet or join forces to nurture their youngsters. Only then will they have a chance to get a spot. In my opinion, they heard what you said and decided to cooperate on the spur of the moment. Hearing Yi Chunfeng's words, Zhen Pingfan's face froze. Did I say that? You didn't, right? Zhen Pingfan's face was obviously unnatural. He seemed to vaguely remember that he did say that. However, it was just a casual remark. Did you guys take it seriously? I was just kidding. The youngsters they've nurtured haven't shown themselves publicly, but they shouldn't be weak. At least, they shouldn't be weaker than Ma Qihong from the Ma Qi family. From Yi Chunfeng's words, it was obvious that he attached great importance to the youngsters nurtured by Underworld Mansion and Heavenly Star Mansion. If this news is true, the 6 sects from Underworld Mansion and Heavenly Star Mansion are really daring to use the resources of 3 sects to nurture one youngster. Zhen Pingfan could not help but sigh. Indeed, they are really daring. Yi Chunfeng nodded in agreement. In the following days, more and more people from the other 6 prefectures arrived at the location where the 7 prefectures banquet was held by the profound Jade Mansion. The people from each force were arranged to rest in different places. As for the young people from the various forces, they didn't run around after arriving. Instead, they stayed in their rooms and cultivated. Of course, only the people involved would know whether or not everyone was cultivating. Time passed by quietly. 3 months had passed in the blink of an eye for everyone. Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian was awakened by Zhen Pingfan on the morning of the first day of the 7 prefectures banquet. It's time to go. Today is the first day of the 7 prefectures banquet. When Zhen Pingfan's voice rang out, Duan Lingtian, who was sitting cross-legged on the bed in the wooden house, opened his eyes. A light flashed in his eyes, and his temperament changed. Is it finally going to start? Duan Lingtian muttered to himself. Then, with a flash of his body, he left the wooden house to meet up with Zhen Pingfan. Then he followed Zhen Pingfan to meet up with the rest of the Chunyang school. Chapter 4014. It was the same place he had been to when he first arrived. There were small islands floating in the air around the arena. These islands were meant for the upper echelons of the various top forces in the 7 prefectures to watch the battles. As for the younger generation, they could only stand in the void. Duan Lingtian, why don't you come down and take a seat as well? Marshal Uncle Yi won't mind, and I'm sure Marshal Uncle Lu won't mind either. Zhen Pingfan sat in front of the stone table on the small floating island that the mysterious Jade Mansion had arranged for the upper echelons of the Chunyang school. He sent a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian and asked Duan Lingtian to join him. Upon hearing this, Duan Lingtian declined politely. Elder Zhen, I'm fine here. Duan Lingtian scanned his surroundings. The Chunyang school had arrived early. Other than the Chunyang school, there were only 3 other forces that had arrived. None of the younger generation from the 3 forces had entered the small floating island that served as the spectator seats. Of course, some of the younger generation who looked old and senile were sitting there. However, Duan Lingtian did not see them. At the very least, he did not see any of the younger generation. Therefore, he naturally felt that it was inappropriate for him to join them. Moreover, the other young disciples of the Chunyang school were also standing on one side of the floating island where the upper echelons of the Chunyang school were seated. He felt that it was appropriate for him to stand with them. The people from the Machi family are here. Yi Chimfeng's voice transmission suddenly sounded in Duan Lingtian's ears. In the next instant, Duan Lingtian turned his head slightly. With just a glance, he saw a group of people under the lead of an old man approaching in a grandiose manner from afar. Duan Lingtian recognized this old man. He was the Golden Seat elder of the Machi family, Machi Yuning. It was said that he was the strongest expert in the Machi family, a middle god emperor with extraordinary strength. He's actually leading the Machi family this time. Duan Lingtian was a little surprised at first, but when he thought of the Machi family's current situation, he felt relieved. Even in the past, the Machi aristocratic family only had 4 middle god emperors. The patriarch of the Machi aristocratic family, Machi Lu Su, was one of them. The other 3 were the 3 great golden throne elders of the Machi aristocratic family, Machi Yuning, Machi Wu Ming and Machi Ju. Machi Ju was dead. Machi Wu Ming was grounded. Only 2 people from the Machi family could lead the team this time. The Machi family's patriarch, Machi Lu Su, would definitely be in charge of the Machi family. Therefore, only Machi Yuning could come in person. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian noticed a sharp gaze that was directed at him from behind Machi Yuning. Moreover, there was a hint of hostility in that sharp gaze. Machi Hong. Before seeing the other party's face clearly, Duan Lingtian subconsciously guessed who the owner of the gaze was. In the Machi clan, probably only Machi Hong alone would be so hostile towards him. Even if Machi Ju's death was somewhat related to him, no matter how strange the Machi aristocratic family was, they could not blame him. The other people in the Machi aristocratic family would not hate him because of this. If they wanted to hate someone, they should hate Yi Chimfeng and Zhen Pingfan first. Machi Hong was the only one who would target him. This was because Machi Hong could only hate him. He only had the ability to hate him. In the next instant, Duan Lingtian saw Machi Hong. He just so happened to see Machi Hong staring at him with killing intent in his eyes. At the same time, Machi Hong's voice rang in his ears. Duan Lingtian, one day, I'll kill you and avenge my ancestor Xian. Machi Hong's voice was extremely cold and emotionless. When Duan Lingtian heard Machi Hong's voice transmission, he smiled faintly and replied through voice transmission. Machi Hong, if I'm not mistaken, I didn't kill your ancestor Xian, right? Even if you want to take revenge, you shouldn't look for me, right? At the very least, you shouldn't be the first one to look for me, right? Duan Lingtian asked mockingly. Machi Hong naturally understood the meaning behind Duan Lingtian's words. His expression changed for a moment before he snorted coldly and no longer said anything. However, the killing intent in his eyes intensified. When Machi Hong stared at Duan Lingtian, Machi Yunning, who was the leader of the Machi aristocratic family, followed his gaze and saw Duan Lingtian. A strange look appeared in his eyes as he looked at the small floating island next to Duan Lingtian and the others. When he saw the light golden figure on the island, a hint of fear appeared in his eyes. The person he saw was none other than Yi Chimfeng. "Elder Machi, this way please." It was unknown if the profound Jade Mansion had done this intentionally, but the floating island where the Machi aristocratic family's higher-ups were watching the battle was right next to the floating island where the Chunyang School's higher-ups were watching the battle. The two floating islands looked at each other from afar. To ordinary people, they were not far away. Haha. Elder Machi. When Machi Yuning and the other higher-ups of the Machi clan had just taken their seats, Machi Hong and the other younger generation of the Machi clan were standing in midair at the side of the floating island. When they had just stopped moving, a carefree voice resounded. And then a robust middle-aged man and a group of people behind him appeared before everyone's eyes. The burly middle-aged man had the back of a tiger and the waist of a bear. He was majestic and tall. He was more than 2 meters tall and looked like an iron tower. Alliance leader Ren. When they saw the other party, even Machi Yunning had no choice but to stand up with the group of Machi aristocratic family's higher-ups and nod at him. The person who had just arrived was none other than the alliance leader of the Benevolent and Righteous Alliance in Tunglung Province. The Machi aristocratic family was not surprised that the alliance leader of the Benevolent and Righteous Alliance had come personally. This was because the alliance of Benevolent and Righteous Alliance was different from ordinary sects and families. There were many powerhouses who managed the alliance of Benevolent and Righteous Alliance. Instead, the title of alliance leader was an honorary title. Of course, in order to become the alliance leader, one must first convince the masses. The alliance leader of the Benevolent and Righteous Alliance was also the most powerful person in the alliance of Benevolent and Righteous Alliance. It was said that he did not usually manage the affairs of the alliance of Benevolent and Righteous Alliance. Most of the time he was in closed-door cultivation. Of course, if the alliance of Benevolent and Righteous Alliance encountered something that required his help, he would come out of closed-door cultivation. After the alliance leader of the Benevolent and Righteous Alliance greeted Machi Yunning of the Machi aristocratic family, he looked at the Chunyang School from afar. "Elder Yi, Elder Lu, long time no see." Alliance leader Ren. Lu Fenggu stood up and nodded at the other party in greeting. On the other hand, Yi Chimfeng only glanced at him indifferently and did not respond to him. Seeing this, the younger generation of the Machi aristocratic family felt that Yi Chimfeng was ignoring the alliance leader of the Benevolent and Righteous Alliance because he was powerful. Even Duan Lingtian thought so at first. However, when he thought about it again, he realized that Yi Chimfeng was not that kind of person. He suddenly realized that there might be more to this than met the eye. "Elder Zhen." Out of curiosity, Duan Lingtian asked Zhen Pingfan through voice transmission. Soon he received an answer from Zhen Pingfan. When the leader of the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness first met Martial Uncle Yi, he didn't think highly of him. Therefore, in an occasion where he could make the decision, he gave something that should have belonged to Martial Uncle Yi to a genius from the Seven Kills sect. Of course he did not give up. In his eyes, both Junior Uncle Yi and that person were outsiders. It was the same no matter who he gave it to. It was just that he thought highly of the other party. That thing was very important to Junior Uncle Yi at that time. As he spoke, Zhen Pingfan added another sentence. When Duan Lingtian heard this, realization dawned on him. At the same time, he realized that Elder Yi of the Chunyang School was indeed very vengeful. Of course, he was also famous for being protective of his own people. Duan Lingtian had heard about Elder Yi not long after he entered Chunyang School. Because of this, he had heard that both the people outside and inside Chunyang School had a one-sided evaluation of Elder Yi. While the people outside Chunyang School were criticizing Elder Yi, the people inside Chunyang School were praising Elder Yi. It could be said that Elder Yi was famous in Tunglung Province for not being praised or criticized. Elder Yi, Elder Lu. After the people from the Benevolent and Righteous Alliance found a place to sit and stand, another group of people arrived. Some of them landed on a small floating island next to Chunyang School, under the guidance of the people from the mysterious Jade Mansion. Among this group of people, Duan Lingtian saw a few familiar faces and guessed that they were from the Seven Kills Valley. The few familiar faces included Yu Chanlian, the God Emperor Elder of the Seven Kills Valley, who had received Duan Lingtian, and Zhen Pingfan back then. There was also another god emperor elder of the Seven Kills Valley whom Duan Lingtian had met in the Tianlong clan's emperor battle realm, Hong Yunxiao. Although Duan Lingtian had not seen Elder Hong Yunxiao the last time he went to the Seven Kills Valley, he still had a deep impression of him. He knew that Hong Yunxiao possessed a high-grade full-soul divine weapon. In addition to the two of them, there was another familiar face Duan Lingtian. It was Yu Chanlian's disciple, Dao Wei, who was ranked at the top of the younger generation in the Seven Kills Valley. While Duan Lingtian was looking at Dao Wei was also looking at Duan Lingtian. Presently, Dao Wei's gaze towards Duan Lingtian was no longer filled with contempt, and there was only fear left. However, the group of people from the Seven Kills Valley, whether it was Yu Chanlian whom Duan Lingtian knew or Hong Yunxiao, were not the ones leading the group this time. The person leading the group was a skinny old man. Although he looked old, his eyes were sharp and spirited. When Duan Lingtian saw his face, he could not help but glance at Hong Yunxiao a few times. This was because he realized that Hong Yunxiao looked very similar to this old man. I heard from Elder Jin that the Seven Kills Valley's God Emperor Elder Hong Yunxiao's grandfather was a middle God Emperor expert from the Seven Kills Valley. Could this be him? Hong Yunxiao was similar to Zhen Pingfan. Both of them were lower God Emperors. Moreover, both of them had middle God Emperors in their respective sections. Moreover, both of them were close relatives. In the Seven Kills Valley and the Chunyang School, both of them were recognized as princes. Elder Hong. This time, Lu Fenggu was not the only one who stood up. Even Yi Chunfeng stood up and greeted the old man with a smile. Elder Zhen. Duan Lingtian sent a voice transmission to Zhen Pingfan. I'm sure this Elder Hong doesn't have any enmity with Elder Yi, right? Duan Lingtian's voice transmission stunned Zhen Pingfan. Then he sent a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian with a wry smile. Duan Lingtian, don't misunderstand Junior Uncle Yi. He's really not someone who holds grudges. Chapter 40:15. Don't hold grudges? Upon hearing Zhen Fanfan's words, Duan Lingtian did not say anything on the surface, but he cursed inwardly. If he did not hold grudges, would he have offended Huang Qiyuan from the profound Nether Mansion's Rui sect? If he did not hold grudges, would he have ignored the leader of the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness in Tunglung Province? Duan Lingtian shook his head. He knew very well that the reason Yi Chunfeng was able to do this was because he was strong and confident. If he was still the Yi Chunfeng from 10,000 years ago, how would he have the confidence to do this now? Naturally, if he was still the same person, the leader of the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness would not have taken the initiative to greet him. Since the people from the Seven Kills Valley are here, the people from the Dragon Martial Heavenly Sect should be here soon, right? When Duan Lingtian saw the old man leading the Seven Kills Valley's group had stopped talking to them after a few polite words, Duan Lingtian glanced at his surroundings and saw more and more people had arrived. Based on the number of people on the floating islands, he could tell which sect had not arrived yet. There were only less than 10 floating islands that were empty. Elder Yi, Elder Lu. Soon after, another wave of greetings attracted Duan Lingtian's attention. It was from one of the groups of people who had just arrived at the Chunyang School. Among this group of people, Duan Lingtian saw two familiar faces. With a quick thought, he recalled that he had seen them in the Seven Slaughter Valley. They were from the Dragon Martial Heavenly Sect, the last top sect in Tunglung Province. The Dragon Martial Heavenly Sect was also a sect in Tunglung Province. Although they were not as strong as the Chunyang School, they were still slightly stronger than the Machi clan. Elder Xiao. Yi Chunfeng and Lu Fenggu stood up and greeted Elder Xiao with a smile. Upon seeing this, Duan Lingtian did not need to ask Zhen Pingfan to know Elder Xiao from the Dragon Martial Heavenly Sect did not have any enmity with Yi Chunfeng. After exchanging a few pleasantries, the people from the Dragon Martial Heavenly Sect greeted the people from the Seven Kills Valley. Then, the few high-ranking officials from the Dragon Martial Heavenly Sect entered the floating island on the other side of the Seven Kills Valley. After the people from the Dragon Martial Heavenly Sect arrived, Duan Lingtian saw people arriving on the floating islands one after another. From the beginning until the end, no one from the other mansions came to greet them. Duan Ling Tian could also guess the reason behind this. It was none other than the forces of the different mansions. In fact, it could even be said that they were not familiar with each other. If they knew each other, they would greet each other. If they did not know each other, they would ignore each other. After all, the Duan Lingtians. Of course, even if they did not know each other, it did not mean they did not care about each other. Although no one from the other mansions came to greet Yi Chunfeng and Lu Fenggu from the Chunyang school, Duan Lingtian noticed that many people were looking at him from time to time. Naturally, they were not looking at him. Although he was quite famous now, not many people knew who he was. They were all looking at Yi Chunfeng. It was obvious that the news of Yi Chunfeng killing the Machi family's golden seat elder Machi Ju with a high-grade divine sword with a complete soul had spread. Otherwise, based on Elder Ye's achievements in the past, he would not be able to attract so much attention. While Duan Ling Tian was observing his surroundings, a voice suddenly rang in the air and interrupted his train of thought. Friends from the various mansions and young prodigies, welcome to the Mystic Jade Mansion. It was a deep voice. As soon as it rang in everyone's ears, including Duan Lingtian's, Duan Lingtian saw 4 figures flying out from the 4 small floating islands in the east. Zhen Pingfan had mentioned the 4 small floating islands to him earlier. Therefore, he knew that the hosts of the Duan Lingtian banquet, the 4 God Emperor-level forces of the Mystic Jade Mansion, had arranged this for him. Among the 4 people who flew out, one was a middle-aged man while the other 3 were old men. The 4 of them stood side by side in the air above the center of the field. The middle-aged man who had spoken earlier continued to speak. The Mystic Jade Mansion is honored to host the Duan Lingtian banquet this time. Many of you are old friends, but most of you are new faces. All of you are new talents from the 7 mansions. My name is Lin Donglai, and I'm Elder Jin Shi from the Flame Howl sect of the Mystic Jade Mansion. The middle-aged man introduced himself, and the people next to him. The person on my left is Elder Ding Jianchu from the Rui sect of the Mystic Jade Mansion. He's also the #1 sword cultivator in the Mystic Jade Mansion. People call him the Mystic Jade Sword God. Duan Lingtian could not help but take a few more glances at Elder Ding Jianchu, because of the middle-aged man's introduction of Elder Ding Jianchu from the Rui sect. Although Elder Ding Jianchu looked old, he stood there as straight as a javelin. One could clearly sense a sharp aura from him. Moreover, he had restrained it. If he had not restrained it, one could not imagine how sharp it would be. Elder Ding. It seems like he's about to master the sword principle? As someone who had mastered the sword principle, Duan Lingtian could vaguely make this judgment based on the aura of the person in front of him. Hearing Lin Donglai's introduction, Ding Jianchu shook his head and said, "Everyone, please don't listen to Elder Lin's nonsense. I'm not a sword god. I'm just an ordinary sword cultivator who's exploring the sword principle. In terms of the sword principle, who here dares to say that they can defeat Elder Yi Chunfeng from the Chunyang school?" Elder Yi Chunfeng is the only Emperor God expert in the 7 mansions who has mastered the sword principle. As soon as Ding Jianchu finished speaking, everyone's attention shifted from him to the people from the Chunyang school. All eyes were focused on Yi Chunfeng. Yi Chunfeng saw this and smiled faintly. "Elder Ding, you flatter me. I think you're very close to mastering the sword principle." If Duan Lingtian could sense it, Yi Chunfeng, who had also mastered the sword principle, could naturally sense it as well. In fact, due to his higher cultivation, he could sense it more clearly than Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian couldn't be sure, but he could. Hearing Yi Chunfeng's words, Ding Jianchu's eyes flashed and he laughed. "Elder Yi, you have a good eye." After the banquet of the 7 manners is over, I would like to invite Elder Yi and everyone from the Pure Sun sect to stay at my Rui sect for a while. My Rui sect will treat your people as esteemed guests, and will not neglect them. Of course, most importantly, there are some questions I'd like to ask Elder Yi. As soon as Ding Jianchu finished speaking, Lin Donglai and the other 2 old men beside him were slightly stunned. Although they knew that Ding Jianchu was very accomplished in the sword principle, and had mastered the embryonic form of the sword principle a long time ago, they didn't expect him to be so close to mastering the sword principle. He took the initiative to invite Yi Chunfeng, and even said that he would entertain the dozens of people from the Chunyang school. It was obvious that he was going to put in a lot of effort. Obviously, he wanted to smoothly master the sword principle with Yi Qinfeng's help. It's my honor. Yi Qinfeng looked at Lu Fenggu, who was sitting at the side, before he looked at Ding Jianchu with a smile on his face. It would be a waste if he didn't take advantage of the opportunity. Moreover, even if Ding Jianchu had really mastered the sword Dao, not to mention the fact that he had just comprehended the sword Dao, it was not a big threat to him. Even if it was a threat, it would not threaten him. The profound nether mansion was still far away from the Tunglung province. Ding Jianchu's smile widened when he heard Yi Qinfeng's reply. However, he didn't say anything since this was not the time for idle chatter. At this moment, Lin Donglai, an elder of the Flame Howl sect, continued to introduce the other two people beside him. The two people beside me are Duanmu Yunfan, the supreme elder of the Duanmu clan in the Tunglung province. When Duanmu Yunfeng nodded to the people around him, Lin Donglai continued to introduce the last person. The person beside Elder Duanmu is the deputy villa master of the Dark Saber Villa in the East Ridge Mansion, Leng Shiyu. Leng Shiyu was a skinny old man dressed in a long black robe with a cold expression on his face. He only nodded slightly when he heard Lin Donglai's introduction. The four of us will personally supervise the Seven Mansions banquet this time. We won't allow any unnecessary harm to befall the prodigies from the various mansions. The purpose of the Seven Mansions banquet is just to spar and learn from each other. Apart from that, I, Lin Donglai, will be the host of the Seven Mansions banquet this time. As for the rules of the Seven Mansions banquet, they'll still be the same as before. If you still don't know the rules of the Seven Mansions banquet, you can ask your seniors now. As soon as he finished speaking, except for Lin Donglai, who was still standing in the middle of the field, Ding Jianchu and the other two returned to where their respective forces were. The Seven Mansions banquet. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed as she recalled the rules of the Seven Mansions banquet that Zhen Pingfan had told her earlier. The first round was to draw lots to determine their opponents. Naturally, as the host, the Mystic Jade Mansion could cheat during the drawing of lots. However, even if they cheated, it would only allow some people to stay in the arena for a little longer. Those who were not strong enough to enter through the back door would still be eliminated in the end. Due to this reason, although it was possible to cheat, it was meaningless. In the past Seven Mansions banquets, the host of the Seven Mansions banquet had never cheated. This was because the gains did not make up for the losses. It could even be said that it was a thankless task. The opponents of the first round will be decided by drawing lots, and the person that defeats the opponent and obtains victory will enter the rookie group. Whereas, if someone doubts the strength of a person in the rookie group, then the person can issue a challenge and replace the person. Everyone who enters the rookie group can only be challenged once. Those who are not in the rookie group will have 3 chances to challenge others. Half of the people in the rookie group will advance. As for the other half, even if they don't enter the rookie group in the end, it doesn't mean that they'll be sentenced to death. They still have a chance to be resurrected in the next round. Chapter 40:16. A quarter of an hour passed by very quickly. It's about time. Lin Donglai, the elder of the Flame Howl sect who was in charge of hosting the Seven Prefectures banquet, announced with a smile on his face. Next, please pay attention to the lots that I'm throwing out. You may draw lots from afar. The words on the sticks will only appear when they reach your hands and you infuse them with your divine power. There are hundreds of different words in the lots, and there are 2 lots for each word. The 2 people who draw the same lot will become opponents, and the winner will enter the rookie group. Lin Donglai announced loudly. Next, please pay attention to the lots. I will throw them out in 10 breaths. More than 1,000? At first, Duan Lingtian saw that there were many people present, but they were scattered all over the place. He could not tell that there were more than 1,000 young prodigies. However, on second thought, there were nearly 30 forces in the 7 prefectures, including the 5 major forces in Tunglung province. Even if there were only 40 people from each force, there would still be more than 1,000 people. The 7 prefectures were Tunglung province, State Prefecture of Qing, Mysterious Jade Prefecture, Lingxi Prefecture, Underworld Prefecture, Tianjin Prefecture, and Daming Prefecture. Among them, there were 5 major forces in Tunglung Province. State Prefecture of Qing had 4 major forces. Mysterious Jade Prefecture was one of the 4 major forces. Lingxi Prefecture, like Tunglung Province, had 5 major forces. Underworld Prefecture and Tianjin Prefecture each had 3 major forces. Daming Prefecture had 4 major forces. In total, there were 28 forces. In other words, there were a total of 28 forces and young prodigies present at the 7 prefectures banquet. Pay attention. When there were only 2 or 3 breaths left, Lu Fenggu's voice rang in the ears of Duan Lingtian and the other Chunyang school prodigies, reminding them to pay attention. Even Duan Lingtian, who had been waiting, could not help but pay attention. In the blink of an eye, 2 breaths had passed. Finally, Lin Donglai made his move. With a casual toss of his hand, over 1,000 tokens scattered in the air like flowers scattered by a celestial maiden, appearing before everyone's eyes. Of course he didn't. Even though these tokens were free-falling, he still used his own divine force to support them. A large number of tokens floated in the void. Almost at the same time, the tokens stopped moving. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Streaks of invisible energy swept out from the bodies of over 1,000 young geniuses at the scene, and each of them took a token. Because the tokens all looked the same, no one fought over them. Normally, it would depend on which token someone had taken. The person who was a step late would give up on that token. This group of people was very well-mannered. Therefore, in less than 10 breaths' time, over 1,000 badges were collected and distributed to over 1,000 young geniuses. Inject godly power? Duan Lingtian held the token in his hand and subconsciously injected godly power into it. Suddenly, a layer of light flashed on the token, and then dimmed. A word appeared in front of Duan Lingtian's eyes. When he saw this word, the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth twitched violently. At this moment, the disciples of Chunyang School who were standing beside Duan Lingtian seemed to have noticed Duan Lingtian's strange movement. They subconsciously stole a glance at the token in Duan Lingtian's hand. When they saw it, they could not help but burst into laughter. Their laughter was very bright. In an instant, more and more people were alarmed. Duan Lingtian's reaction was swift, and he put away the command token. Instantly, the people who didn't have time to see the words on the command token were greatly disappointed, whereas some people who saw the words on the command token in time started to laugh. Duan Lingtian, what is the word? Tell us and share it with us. Because Duan Lingtian was amiable, he was quite popular. As a matter of fact, a disciple of Chunyang School could not help but ask with a smile, I think everyone wants to know what word you got. Seeing a group of people looking over and staring at him curiously, Duan Lingtian's mouth twitched again, but he ignored him. However, Duan Lingtian paid no attention to them. Yet these people quickly found out what words were inscribed on the command token Duan Lingtian obtained from the mouths of those with sharp eyes earlier. They were transmitting their voices, so even if the word spread, Duan Lingtian would not know who spread it. None of them were worried that Duan Lingtian would hold a grudge against them. Of course, based on their interactions with Duan Lingtian during this period of time, they could see that Duan Lingtian would not hold a grudge against them over such a small matter. Ha 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 ha. When the crowd learned about the word on Duan Lingtian's token, they could not help but laugh. In the end, they laughed so hard that even Yi Chunfeng and Lu Fenggu were alarmed. More than 60 prodigies of Chunyang School, including Duan Lingtian, were laughing, except for a few people. What word did Duan Lingtian get? Is it that funny? This time, even Zhen Pingfan was curious. Yi Chunfeng and Lu Fenggu, on the other hand, got the answer from their disciples immediately. The two of them looked at each other, and saw a smirk on each other's face. Ha ha ha. At this moment, Zhen Fan laughed out loud. It was obvious he knew about it as well. Duan Lingtian, you're really lucky. You actually managed to obtain such a good piece of calligraphy. It seems that even God thinks you deserve that word. Zhen Pingfan was laughing so hard that tears almost flew out of his eyes. Duan Lingtian's expression became more and more awkward. Then he said helplessly, it's just the word ugly. Elder Zhen, Do you have to laugh so hard? Moreover, I'm not the only one who got the word ugly. That was right. Duan Lingtian got the word ugly. Duan Lingtian? In the distance, Elder Lin Donglai of the Flame Howl sect, who was in charge of hosting the 7 prefectures banquet, also turned his attention to the Chunyang school when he heard the commotion. With his sharp ears, he naturally heard what was going on. He got the word ugly? Lin Donglai laughed. He did not cheat in this lottery, and there was no need to. It was his idea to add the word ugly. He did not expect that one of the 2 words ugly would fall into the hands of the Chunyang school's prodigy, Duan Lingtian. He had heard of Duan Lingtian a long time ago. He had even heard of Duan Lingtian's existence before Duan Lingtian defeated Machi Hong of the Machi family. After all, it was not easy for a lower divine emperor to kill 2 medium divine emperors in a row. Even among the current lower divine emperors of the Flame Howl sect, no one could do that. If that's the case, let's change the order. Lin Donglai glanced at the memory jade slip in his hand. With a thought, he changed the order of the battles recorded in it. He changed the word ugly, that was originally in the middle, to the front. Number 1. At the same time, Lin Donglai glanced around and continued to announce. Now, I'm sure all the prodigies have seen the words on the tokens in their hands. Since that's the case, I hereby announce that the first stage of the 7 prefectures banquet, the battle for the newcomers group, officially begins. When everyone heard Lin Donglai's announcement, their hearts skipped a beat. Even the people from Chunyang school stopped attacking Duan Lingtian. Lin Donglai continued to announce. Next, let's invite the 2 prodigies who have obtained the word ugly to battle it out in the arena. The winner will temporarily enter the newcomers group. The word ugly. Lin Donglai's announcement caused an uproar in the crowd. There's such a word? Ah, I can't believe there's such a word. The mysterious Jade Mansion is really well prepared. I'm really curious who obtained the word ugly. The person who obtained the word ugly is really lucky. It's a pity that there's no reward. As soon as Lin Donglai opened his mouth, the solemn atmosphere in the arena immediately turned into an uproar. Many people could not help but laugh. Then, each and every one of them looked around curiously, wanting to see which 2 people had obtained the word ugly. At that moment, the group of people from the Pure Sun sect started laughing again. Duan Lingtian, I'm sure the mysterious Jade Mansion did this on purpose. Zhen Pingfan said to Duan Lingtian with a smile. Look, not only did you obtain the word ugly, but they even arranged for you to be the vanguard. When your strength increases in the future, I'll support you in making a trip to the mysterious Jade Mansion and defeating all the god emperors there. Zhen Pingfan was laughing as if he wanted the world to be in chaos. Duan Lingtian did not respond to Zhen Pingfan's words on the surface, but he remembered it in his heart. They must have done this on purpose. Ugly is the first in line. Of course, they might not know that I'm the one who obtained the word ugly. When Duan Lingtian thought of this, he felt a little helpless. After all, the mysterious Jade Mansion was not targeting him. Perhaps they just wanted to create some atmosphere for the opening of the 7 prefectures banquet. Coincidentally, he happened to run into them. He's here. He's not ugly. Not only is he not ugly, but he's also quite good-looking. Just as Duan Lingtian was about to leave, many voices sounded from the surroundings. This made Duan Lingtian realize that the other person who obtained the word ugly had left. For a moment, Duan Lingtian could not help but look in the direction of the voice. With just a glance, he saw a beautiful figure standing in the void in front of him. It was a young woman with delicate features. Although she was not exceptionally seductive, she was still considered a rare beauty. Moreover, she had an otherworldly aura. Coupled with the fact that she was a woman, the laughter in the surroundings gradually died down. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian's figure flashed as he soared into the air and appeared before everyone's eyes. Duan Lingtian obtained the word ugly? On the other side of the 7 Kills Valley, Yu Chanlian and Hong Yunxiao, the 2 God Emperor elders from the 7 Kills Valley who recognized Duan Lingtian, were stunned for a moment before they could not help but laugh. This little fellow is really lucky. Indeed. While the 2 of them were laughing, Dao Wei, who also recognized Duan Lingtian, did not laugh. Instead, he stared at Duan Lingtian with a solemn expression. In the face of the pressure that Duan Lingtian gave him, how could he be in the mood to laugh? Heavenly Stellar Prefecture, Flowing Cloud Sect, Xianying. When Duan Lingtian flew into the air and faced the woman, she had already introduced herself. Chapter 40:17. At this moment, with the appearance of Duan Lingtian and Xia Yingying, the combination of a handsome man and a beautiful woman, most of the people present immediately forgot about the word ugly. Of course, there were still a few people who looked at them meaningfully. These two are really lucky. They actually obtained the ugly token. Who do you think is stronger between the two of them? That's hard to say. I've never heard of the girl who introduced herself. I think she's just an ordinary young prodigy in Tianjin Prefecture's Cloudflow sect. Let's see if this young man is a familiar figure. After all, although there are many famous young prodigies in various prefectures, and we've heard of them, we've never seen them before. Under the expectant gazes of the crowd, Duan Lingtian finally nodded at the girl in front of him. Tunglung Province, Chunyang School, Duan Lingtian. Tunglung Province. Chunyang School. Duan Lingtian. Almost as soon as Duan Lingtian's voice fell, the originally noisy crowd instantly fell silent. It was as if this name had a special magic power. When the girl who was standing opposite Duan Lingtian heard Duan Lingtian's self-introduction, her beautiful face changed instantly. At the same time, she felt bitter. Why am I so unlucky to meet him first? Although she did not feel that her strength was among the best among the young prodigies who came to participate in the 7 prefectures feast this time, she should be able to enter the upper middle tier. At the very least, as her master had said, she would definitely be able to enter the rookie group. However, now, her first opponent was the person she had often heard people talking about recently, the prodigy of Chunyang School, Duan Lingtian. Just as the woman's expression changed, the surroundings, which had originally fallen into a deathly silence, suddenly burst into an uproar as if they were retaliating. He's Duan Lingtian? Is that Duan Lingtian from Chunyang School? Nonsense, didn't you hear his self-introduction? Are there 2 Duan Lingtian in Chunyang School? I didn't expect it to be him. I've long since heard of his great name. He's an existence that defeated the former #1 person in the younger generation of Tunglung Province, Ma Qihong. It's said that Ma Qihong had the potential to kill his way into the top 3 of the 7 prefectures banquet, yet he was defeated by him. With Ma Qihong's strength, the top 10 in the 7 prefectures banquet is a given. This time, the top 10 in Tunglung Province should be Duan Lingtian and Ma Qihong. Everyone's gaze is locked onto the purple figure in the void ahead. This young man was no stranger to them. Even though he had never met the other party before, he had long heard of the other party's name. At this moment, on the side of Tianjin Estate's Flowing Cloud Sect, on a small floating island, an old woman wearing a dark green robe and holding a walking stick frowned. This girl, why is her luck so bad? Her first battle is against the monster from Tunglung Province's Chunyang School. If you're worried, just ask her to admit defeat. An old woman next to her smiled. Emph. The old woman snorted. Why would she admit defeat? In any case, with Elder Lin Donglai keeping an eye on him, how could Duan Lingtian do anything to my disciple? It's just as well. Let my disciple test him, and see if he's as strong as the rumors say. The old woman was Duan Lingtian's current opponent, Xia Yingying's master. She was also a lesser god emperor elder in Tianjin Estate's Flowing Cloud sect. Xia Yingying was her last disciple. Although she was young and her strength was average, she was doted on by her. At this moment, in the void, Elder Lin Donglai of Profound Jade Mansion's Flame Howl sect, who was in charge of hosting the 7 prefectures banquet, looked at the man and woman facing each other and said indifferently, "Let's begin." Almost as soon as Lin Donglai finished speaking, Xia Yingying made her move. Her body swayed, and a gust of wind blew around her. In the next instant, she seemed to have turned into a gust of wind, blowing toward Duan Lingtian. She was obviously good at the law of wind. Moreover, because her opponent was Duan Lingtian, She took out her upper-grade divine weapon as soon as she made her move. It was a sword. The sword moved with the wind, and the killing sword radiance was like stars scattered all over the sky, sprinkling toward Duan Lingtian. This genius disciple of Flowing Cloud sect is quite strong. Her strength should be above average among the younger generation of divine emperors under 10,000 years old in Flowing Cloud sect. As Xie Yingying made her move, many higher-ups of other forces nodded slightly, expressing their appreciation of her strength. Even the old woman on the floating island, who was Xie Yingying's master, smiled at this moment. She felt restrained by the praises of the people around her. However, in the next instant, the smile on her face completely froze. "Excuse me." In the void far away, the young man in purple said these 3 words. Then a spatial storm swept up around him. The storm was like a tornado sweeping out. Not only did it destroy Xie Yingying's fierce attack, but it also sent her flying. Puffed! Xie Yingying's body flew backward, and she spat out a mouthful of blood. However, after flying for a short while, she stopped again. "Senior brother Duan, thank you for showing mercy." Xie Yingying's face was red, and there was blood at the corner of her mouth. She seemed to be badly injured, but only she knew that her opponent had withdrawn his strength at the critical moment. Otherwise, even if she did not die, she would have been seriously injured. If her opponent had wanted to kill her, that attack would have been enough to send her to the next world. Of course, she knew that even if her opponent really wanted to kill her, it would not be so easy. There was a middle-level emperor god at the side acting as the host, watching them. If the situation was not right, the middle-level emperor god would save her immediately. Duan Lingtian nodded at Xie Yingying, then turned around and left. From the beginning to the end, he was as calm as the wind, as if he was an expert beyond the world. At this moment, Xie Yingying, who was usually sought after by many young talents in the Flowing Cloud sect, suddenly felt that she did not seem to be that attractive. At least, this man had completely ignored her. Perhaps it is because he is so undistracted that he can have the strength he has today. Xie Yingying thought to herself, he reminded me. I, Xie Yingying, cannot be infatuated with love in the future. Look at my master, isn't he still single now? Only by being single will he have a higher chance of entering the Emperor God realm. At this moment, Duan Lingtian did not know that because of his indifference, he had created a female expert for the Flowing Cloud sect who would never marry in the future. After Duan Lingtian left the arena, according to the rules of the rookie group competition, Xie Yingying had to hand over the token in her hand to Lin Donglai. The loser would give up the token in their hand. However, when Lin Donglai took the token from her, he also handed her a jade slip. Take this jade slip. You have one chance to challenge. When you challenge, bring this jade slip to the arena. Before you start, inject your divine power into this jade slip, and it will turn into dust. Everyone only has one chance to challenge. After the rookie group has been confirmed, you have to think about who you want to challenge as your opponent. Lin Donglai seemed to be speaking to Xie Yingying, but his voice was not soft. Everyone present heard him, and it made them understand the rules of the rookie group competition in the first round of the 7 Prefectures Feast. A moment later, Xie Yingying left the arena as well. At this moment, Xie Yingying was not the focus of everyone's attention. Even the token with the word Cho was thrown to the back of everyone's mind. At this moment, more people's gazes fell on Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, the prodigy of Chunyang School, lives up to his reputation. He didn't even use his divine weapon, and he didn't even move. He only relied on his divine power and the law of space to defeat Xie Yingying. An ordinary intermediate divine emperor wouldn't be able to do that. Of course, even though Xie Yingying is only a low-level godly emperor, judging from her attack just now, she is not much weaker than an ordinary medium-level godly emperor. Why are all of you so surprised? Don't forget that Duan Lingtian defeated Ma Qihong from the Machi clan in Tunglung province. At that time, Ma Qihong had been a high-level divine emperor for 100 years, and Duan Lingtian had only been an intermediate divine emperor for 2 years. A group of people whispered among themselves. When they talked about the battle between Duan Lingtian and Ma Qihong, their gazes instinctively fell on the Machi clan. Some of the people who knew Ma Qihong were staring at him. This made Ma Qihong's expression turn ugly. He couldn't wait to go up and fight with Duan Lingtian. He wanted to prove that he was not weaker than Duan Lingtian, and that he was even stronger than Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, congratulations. After Duan Lingtian left the arena, many Chunyang school disciples smiled and congratulated him. Duan Lingtian nodded at the enthusiastic crowd and secretly heaved a sigh of relief. These fellows finally didn't mention the matter of the Cho word token. Soon the second battle began. This time, the participants were not from Tongling province, nor were they from the state capital of Qing. They were the prodigies of the famous prefecture and the consonants prefecture. One of them was from a family, while the other was from a sect. After more than 30 moves, the prodigy of the consonants prefecture won, and advanced to the next round. Of course, this was only a temporary advancement. One battle after another. It seems like the 7 prefectures' grand banquet is going to go on for a long time. Duan Lingtian could not help but think to himself when he saw that some of the participants were evenly matched and only ended after a long time. In the end, Duan Lingtian felt bored and sat cross-legged in the void to cultivate. He took out a disc array and set up a soundproof array around him. There was no need to worry about safety when cultivating there. Moreover, Duan Lingtian was not the only one cultivating on the spot. Many young prodigies from various prefectures were also sitting cross-legged in the void to cultivate. In the blink of an eye, a day had passed. On this day, there were about 100 people in total, less than 150. Looking at the situation today, I don't think the rookie group will be finished in 10 days. When it was time to leave, Duan Lingtian also stopped cultivating and left with the rest of the Chunyang school. Chapter 40:18. After a full 12 days, the first round of the 7 prefectures feast, the first round of the rookie group competition, finally came to an end. However, that was only the end of the first round. After the first round, there was still the second round, the challenge round. Every person who was defeated in the first round could choose to challenge their opponent in this round. Each person only had one chance to challenge. Until yesterday, after 12 days, the first round of the rookie group finally came to an end. Starting today, the second round of the rookie group will begin. In the air, Elder Lin Donglai of the Profound Jade Mansion's Flame Howl sect announced with a solemn expression. In the second round, those who lost in the first round will have one chance to challenge their opponent. You can think of it as the Battle of Resurrection. Next up, those who have lost the first round but still wish to challenge again, raise the jade slip that I gave you earlier above your head. If you don't wish to challenge again, you can choose to infuse your divine energy into the jade slip and destroy it. This will also be considered as you giving up on your right to challenge this round. As Lin Donglai spoke, a group of people raised their jade scrolls. As for those who destroyed their jade scrolls, very few of them did so. Now, I will hand out the numbered tokens and challenge you according to the number on it. In the next instant, as Lin Donglai spoke again, the tokens were thrown into the air one by one. Then, as if they were attracted by the jade scrolls in everyone's hands, they flew directly over. Everyone who raised their jade scrolls received a token. Now those who received the number 1 token, come up and choose your opponent. I've reminded you before that if there's an opponent in the first round, remember the words on the token in their hand. When you challenge in the second round, you can directly report the words on their token. In the first round, 2 people who received the same engraved words would fight against each other. The winner would leave behind their token. The loser would hand over their token. Those who received the number 1 token are pretty lucky. Duan Lingtian stood among the people from the Chunyang school. He sat cross-legged in the air and looked into the distance. However, he did not cultivate as hard as he did a few days ago. In this round, the person who went up first would definitely have an advantage. After all, he could choose his opponent at will. As for the later contestants, they were limited in their choice of opponents. The last person to enter the arena had very few opponents to choose from. This was because a small number of people had given up. If no one gave up, The last person to enter the arena would have no choice but to challenge the person who was left behind. Duan Lingtian. Suddenly, Zhen Pingfan's voice sounded in Duan Lingtian's ears. Duan Lingtian looked at Zhen Pingfan. Zhen Pingfan sent him a sound transmission. A few days ago, even though you were at the 7 prefectures feast, you were still working hard to cultivate. But starting from a few days ago, you stopped cultivating. It seems that he has made a breakthrough in his cultivation. It was no wonder that Zhen Pingfan made such a guess. A few days ago, Duan Lingtian was really too serious. Even though he was at the 7 prefectures feast, he was still working hard to cultivate, and did not even watch a few matches. When Duan Lingtian heard Zhen Pingfan's words, he could not help but sigh at Zhen Pingfan's sharp eyes. Then he smiled and sent a sound transmission. It's just a small improvement. If you want to improve further, it's not something that can be improved in a short period of time. Therefore, it's better to relax appropriately. After all, there's a way to relax. When he heard Duan Lingtian's words, Zhen Pingfan gave him a deep look. Are you sure it's just a small improvement? When he thought about how Duan Lingtian had defeated Duan Lingtian of the Machi family, Zhen Pingfan's heart trembled. With that as a foundation, would there be anyone in the 7 prefectures feast who could be a match for Duan Lingtian? At this moment, the person who had obtained the number 1 token also entered the arena. The person who had obtained the number 1 token was a young prodigy from the underworld mansion. Duan Lingtian had some impression of him. This was because he had fought with him the day before yesterday. After 100 moves, he was defeated by his opponent. With his strength, it would not be a problem for him to enter the rookie group. The reason he was eliminated in the first round was because his opponent was too strong. He's in the rookie group. It's a sure thing. Everything that happened next was just as Duan Lingtian had guessed. This prodigy from the underworld mansion, who was considered quite strong, picked a weaker opponent and defeated him within 30 moves. He replaced his opponent and became a member of the rookie group. Now that he had succeeded in his challenge, no one else could challenge him in the future. It could be said that he had passed the first round of the rookie group competition. I wonder if anyone will challenge me. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. After thinking about it, Duan Lingtian began to look forward to it. Duan Lingtian. At this moment, a cold voice transmission entered Duan Lingtian's ears. The voice sounded familiar, but he could not recall where he had heard it before. However, when he tilted his head slightly, Duan Lingtian saw who had sent him the voice transmission. It was Machi Hong, the number 1 prodigy among the younger generation of the Machi family. He was the number 1 prodigy among the younger generation in Tunglung province. When Duan Lingtian looked at Machi Hong and met his eyes, Machi Hong continued to send him the voice transmission. I originally planned to pretend to be defeated by someone else in the first round. Then, I would challenge you and defeat you, so that you would not be able to compete for the top 10 spots for Chunyang School. However, after thinking about it, I decided to spare you this time. I don't want Chunyang School to act out of desperation. The current Chunyang School was no longer the Chunyang School of the past. Even if Machi Hong saw Duan Lingtian, Yi Chunfeng and Chunyang School as his enemies, he had to take this into consideration. When Duan Lingtian heard Machi Hong's voice transmission, he was stunned for a moment. Then he looked at Machi Hong deeply. The corners of his mouth curled up into a mocking smile as he replied indifferently through voice transmission. Based on what you said, it seems like you've made some progress in the past 10 years? However, I don't think you're afraid of Chunyang School just because you don't want to fight with me at this time, right? You and the Machi family don't dare to take the risk, right? Duan Lingtian's words exposed Machi Hong's situation, causing Machi Hong's expression to turn grim. He did not say anything else after he said some harsh words. Duan Lingtian, I'll definitely defeat you in the top 10 ranking battle. Machi Hong's voice was extremely cold. I'll wait and see. Duan Lingtian replied indifferently. At the same time, he wondered how much Machi Hong's strength had improved. How could he be so confident? However, even if Machi Hong had improved, he was not afraid. After all, Machi Hong's improvement might not be as great as his. Even if Machi Hong's improvement was greater than his, It would be impossible for him to defeat him. At the same time, the challenges in the field were also in full swing. After number 1's challenge was successful, number 2's challenge was also successful. Number 3's challenge was also successful. When number 7 went up and chose an opponent, both of them were evenly matched. However, he was still defeated after exchanging more than 100 moves. He was also the first person to fail in his challenge. At the same time, Duan Lingtian heard many Chunyang School's disciples talking. Number 7 has tried his best. He's not strong to begin with. Although the opponent he chose is not strong, he's obviously weaker. I suddenly thought of something. If the weaker person was challenged by an even weaker person, wouldn't this round be a sure thing? That makes sense. In this round, there will definitely be people with decent strength who have a chance to enter the rookie group. However, because of this situation, they will not be able to enter the rookie group. That's not very fair, right? There's nothing unfair about it. Luck is actually considered a part of strength. Just like us, even if our natural talent and comprehension are similar, would our results be the same? That might not be the case. Indeed. Moreover, those with strong strength will definitely be able to enter the rookie group this time. There's no doubt about it. Those who have strength, but can't enter are those who are slightly stronger than the average person, but have bad luck. The second segment of the rookie group, which was the challenge segment and the revival segment, lasted for an entire 7 days. After 7 days, the rookie group's name list was completely confirmed. There were a total of 816 people. In other words, there were a total of 1,600 people participating in the 7 prefectures feast this time. Half of them were currently on the rookie group's name list. There are still many people who are not convinced. Just like what Duan Lingtian had heard from the group of Pure Sun sect's disciples 7 days ago. When the final list of the rookie group was announced, many people were not convinced. They felt that some people who were weaker than them had been challenged before, and the people who challenged them were even weaker, to the extent that they did not even have the chance to challenge them. Otherwise, they would definitely be able to replace them. Because many people were not convinced, they gathered together. The number of people was not small, more than 100 people. Moreover, these people gathered together to look for the host of the 7 prefectures feast this time. The elder of the Flame Howl sect, Lin Donglai, however, Lin Donglai only had one sentence for these people. If any of you have the confidence to enter the top 30, I'll give you a spot on the rookie list. However, if I give you a spot and you still don't enter the top 30, then destroy your own cultivation. What do you think? As soon as Lin Donglai said this, he immediately persuaded everyone to back down. Of course, among these people, there were still some who were not convinced and wanted to seek help from their elders. However, their elders did not pay any attention to them. The rules of the 7 prefectures feast were not something that happened in a day or two. They had long known about it, so why would they stand up for the juniors? Currently, the 7 prefectures feast was being held in the mysterious Jade Prefecture. If they interfered this time, in the future, if the 7 prefectures feast was held in their prefecture and the same situation occurred, what would they do if others came to them? Therefore, this storm, which was originally not a small one, quickly calmed down. Luck is indeed a part of one's strength. Duan Lingtian deeply agreed with this point. Even if he came from the mundane realm, he did not dare to say that he relied on his talent, comprehension, and hard work. Luck played a large part in it. Part of the reason he was where he was today was also due to luck. Chapter 40-19. The battle for the rookie group lasted for 19 days. After the final list was decided, everyone rested for 3 days before continuing with the second round of the 7 prefectures feast. The first round was the rookie group battle. The second round was the elite group battle. The rules for the elite group battle were the same as the rookie group battle. They followed the same pattern and eliminated half of the participants. Duan Lingtian, you won't get the word ugly this time, right? Zhen Pingfan looked at Duan Lingtian and asked with a smile when everyone was present, including Elder Lin Donglai of the Flame Howl sect, who was in charge of hosting the 7 prefectures feast. He did not send a telepathic message and said it directly. Instantly, the group from Chunyang School looked at Duan Lingtian, and either laughed or tried to hold back their laughter. Duan Lingtian could not help but roll his eyes when he heard that. Elder Zhen, the word is not important. The most important thing is to advance. At this moment, Lin Donglai announced that the battle for the elite group of the 7 prefectures feast was about to begin, and that it was time to distribute the engraved tokens. All 816 prodigies are ready, Lin Donglai announced loudly. Lin Donglai said in a clear voice, "Take out the token from the rookie competition. Extend your god power through the token, and you can use the new token to send it over. The second round of the elite group battle will be based on the new token. This token has 816 words. It will not be the same as the previous one." With that, Lin Donglai gave the 816 prodigies a few breaths time to prepare. Then he threw out a bunch of tokens. There were 816 prodigies in total, which corresponded to 816 tokens. Of course, no words could be seen on the tokens this time. The words would only appear when the prodigies infused their divine power into them. As for making the words appear in the air, this situation would not happen because Lin Donglai was there. He could completely control this and prevent the people from revealing the words on the token in advance. Almost as soon as Lin Donglai threw out the token, Duan Lingtian and the others moved. They extended their divine power through the token in their hands and pulled one of the mini tokens toward them. This time, Duan Lingtian didn't hesitate like before, and he directly snatched a command token and brought it back. I hesitated for a moment earlier, and in the end, a token with the word ugly appeared. Now that I've done it decisively, the words on the token should be more normal, right? Duan Lingtian thought to himself. The moment the token entered Duan Lingtian's hand, he noticed that many of the Pure Sun sect's disciples were looking at him. Even Zhen Pingfan was looking at him as though he wanted to stir up trouble. "Duan Lingtian, what are the words on the token this time?" Zhen Pingfan asked with a smile. The others also looked a little curious. When Duan Lingtian heard this, he said indifferently, "This time I don't plan to reveal the words before it's my turn. In any case, when a word is called, if only one person goes up and no one goes up after a long time, it'll definitely be my turn. It doesn't matter if the words on the token don't appear. Even if they appear, I can confirm it when the time comes." With the previous experience, Duan Lingtian didn't intend to reveal the words on the token this time. Although he didn't think there would be a problem with the words on the token this time, he still didn't intend to reveal them. "Don't you all want to see it? I won't give you a chance. Didn't you laugh so hard just now? This time, if I don't let you see it, let's see how you laugh." Hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the crowd was naturally disappointed. Zhen Pingfan said unhappily, "Can't you satisfy everyone's curiosity? When you were in the rookie group, you were unlucky and got the word ugly. This time it might not be a special word." Zhen Pingfan emphasized the word special. However, Duan Lingtian just ignored him. He remembered that when he got the word ugly earlier, Elder Zhen was the one who smiled the brightest. Zhen Pingfan tried to persuade Duan Lingtian again, but he could only give up when he saw how stubborn Duan Lingtian was. "You rascal, if you do this, you might get another strange word. I'll wait and see what kind of word you get." Zhen Pingfan snorted. After he said that, he stopped trying to persuade Duan Lingtian. His eyes followed Duan Lingtian's gaze and looked ahead. There were already 2 people fighting in the arena. One of them was from Tunglung Province. He was a prodigy from the Martial Dragon Heavenly Sect. This prodigy from the Martial Dragon Heavenly Sect had a strong performance in the rookie group. He defeated his opponent within 10 moves. His opponent wasn't weak either. The reason for that was because the opponent that he had eliminated had challenged others later on, and also obtained victory, entering the rookie list. These 2 will have no problem entering the elite group. Duan Lingtian could not help but think to himself when he saw that the 2 of them were evenly matched after exchanging more than 10 moves. In the end, after 100 moves, the prodigy from the Martial Dragon Heavenly Sect managed to defeat his opponent with a strategy based on his combat experience. Naturally, his opponent had a look of dissatisfaction on his face. Despicable. Although the prodigy from the martial dragon heavenly sect was cursing, the others did not think that the prodigy from the martial dragon heavenly sect had gone overboard. After all, he did not use any methods that violated the rules. Then Lin Donglai spoke again, and 2 more people went into the arena. This time, the disparity was too great. They finished their battle within 20 moves. When it came to the 12th battle, the prodigy from the Chunyang school who had not made a move until now finally moved. Whoosh! The prodigy from the Chunyang school's hidden sword faction, Yi Chitsai, stepped forward. Yi Chitsai's performance in the rookie group was stunning. He defeated his opponent within 2 moves. Moreover, his opponent was not an ordinary prodigy. When he was revived in the rookie group, he defeated his opponent within 10 moves and regained his position. Now Yi Chitsai had a calm expression on his face. It was as though he was not affected by his background. Tunglung Province, Wang Yishan from the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness. Yi Chitsai's opponent was the first to announce his background. At the same time, he grinned at Yi Chitsai. Brother, I see that you're from the Chunyang school. Speaking of which, we're both from Tunglung Province. I've seen you fight before. I'm no match for you. However, I don't want to embarrass the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness, so I hope that you'll show me some mercy. Yi Chitsai's opponent was a young man. He was looking at Yi Chitsai with a smile, but deep in his eyes, there was a strong sense of helplessness. He had seen Yi Chitsai's strength. He was no match for him. Moreover, long before the 7 Prefectures feast, he had heard of Yi Chitsai, the prodigy from the Chunyang school. He was comparable to the most outstanding prodigies under the age of 10,000 in the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness. Chunyang school, Tunglung Province. Yi Chitsai. Yi Chitsai said indifferently. Yi Chitsai said indifferently. His face looked calm, but deep inside his eyes, there was a flash of coldness. They're both from Tunglung Province. Haha. This is going to be interesting. Every time, as long as people from the same prefectures faced each other, many people from other prefectures would be happy to watch. It would be even more interesting if people from the same power met each other. People from the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness? Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow. At the same time, he felt sorry for Yi Chitsai. He probably didn't know that Yi Chitsai had a blood feud with the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness. Otherwise, he would have admitted defeat. Uncle Yi, will you be okay? Zhen Pingfan asked Yi Chenfeng in a low voice. His expression was serious. I'm fine. Yi Chenfeng shook his head and said calmly, Lin Donglai isn't very strong, but it's not difficult for him to deal with a sudden situation between 2 juniors. That's true. Zhen Pingfan nodded. No matter what, Lin Donglai is still a medium emperor god. What's wrong? Lu Fenggu, who was sitting at the side, heard their conversation. Yi Chenfeng glanced at him and smiled. Senior brother Lu, it's nothing. It's just that this grand disciple of mine already knows who killed his father and his family. Back then, when Yi Chenfeng brought Yi Chitsai back to Chunyang school, all the higher-ups of Chunyang school, including Lu Fenggu, knew about Yi Chitsai's background. Yi Chitsai's family was killed by the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness. Lu Fenggu's expression changed slightly when he heard Yi Chenfeng's words. Didn't you promise not to tell him the truth back then? If the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness finds out, I'm not the one who told him. Yi Chenfeng shook his head. He found out himself. Speaking of which, it's quite a coincidence. His surviving relatives were still in the city where we stopped. His mother and his twin brother. Yi Chenfeng's face was filled with emotion. When Lu Fenggu heard Yi Chenfeng's words, he could not help but look deeply at Yi Chenfeng. He did not believe that this was a coincidence. How could there be such a coincidence in the world? This must have been arranged by Yi Chenfeng in advance. However, when he thought about Yi Chenfeng's current strength, he did not say anything more. Even if the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness knew about this, there was nothing they could do to Yi Chenfeng. If they forced Yi Chenfeng into a corner, he could just go to the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness and kill a few god emperors. Moreover, judging from Yi Chenfeng's words, it was obvious that he had already thought of a backup plan. He would not leave any evidence that could be used against him. Why bother? He's still young. What if he's destroyed by such a big grudge? Lu Fenggu sighed. One can only rise above others after suffering the hardest. Yi Chenfeng smiled. Although it was my disciple, Yi Tong's idea, I still agree with it. Senior brother Lu, you must have noticed Yang Qianye from Ping Sheng's branch, right? Yi Chenfeng asked with a smile. Yes. Lu Fenggu nodded. I didn't expect Yang Qianye to be so talented. He has already become a middle-level god emperor. Moreover, it seems like he has already consolidated his cultivation base. In Lu Fenggu's opinion, this was a little unbelievable. Senior brother Lu, do you know why Yang Qianye was able to rise so quickly in such a short time? It's because his father died. He wants to avenge his father, so he urgently needs to become stronger? Yi Chenfeng asked again. Chapter 40-20. There's such a thing? Lu Fenggu's eyes narrowed slightly when he heard Yi Chenfeng's words. No wonder. However, even so, it shouldn't be enough to provoke him to this extent, right? Of course. Yi Chenfeng smiled faintly. There must be another reason behind this. You should know who his master is, right? His master had a few disciples in the past, but they suddenly disappeared and died for some reason. Yi Chenfeng paused for a moment before he looked at Lu Fenggu meaningfully. You're saying, Yang Qianye's improvement has something to do with his master, Yuan Hanjin? Lu Fenggu's eyes narrowed. Yes. Yi Chenfeng nodded. Apart from that, the death of Yang Qianye's father, Lan Qing, the sect leader of the Thousand Devil sect, is most likely related to Yuan Hanjin as well. I've checked. Yuan Hanjin wasn't in the sect when the sect leader of the Thousand Devil sect died. I've used the sect's mirror image formation to take a look. At that time, Yuan Hanjin intentionally concealed himself when he left. He didn't make a big fuss about it. Lu Fenggu's expression changed as soon as he heard Yi Chenfeng's words. Isn't he afraid of being bitten to death by the wolf? Perhaps he thinks Yang Qianye will never know the truth. Yi Chenfeng shrugged. Naturally, Yi Chenfeng and Lu Fenggu were communicating through voice transmission. Therefore, the people around them could not hear them at all. Moreover, this was a sensitive matter. They had to be careful. They were not afraid of Yuan Hanjin since they were not afraid of him. However, Yuan Hanjin's father, Yuan Pingsheng, was a figure of their generation. Moreover, he was also a middle god emperor. They had a good relationship with Yuan Pingsheng. Even if it was for Yuan Pingsheng's sake, they would not easily reveal this matter. Moreover, they did not have any conclusive evidence. Even if they said Yuan Hanjin was a suspect, he could only remain a suspect. Without sufficient evidence, Yuan Hanjin could say it was a coincidence. It was difficult to say for sure. Moreover, since Yuan Hanjin had done it, he must have done it cleanly without leaving any traces behind. Even if that's the case, what does it have to do with Yinkai? Lu Fenggu asked. I plan to wait until the 7 prefectures feast is over. Then I'll look for senior apprentice brother Pingsheng to discuss whether or not Yuan Hanjin can help Yinkai and follow Yang Qianye's path. Yi Yinkai said, before Yang Qianye, he should have tested several disciples, but they all failed. Until Yang Qianye, he should have succeeded. My guess is that it should be some place that has some miraculous effect on the younger generation. And Yuan Hanjin happens to know that place. Yi Yinkai guessed. Hearing you say that, I think of a possibility. Lu Fenggu exchanged a glance with Yi Yinkai. Then both of them simultaneously sent a voice transmission to each other. The most powerful divine palace. The two of them spoke at the same time. You want to throw Yi Yinkai into the divine abode as well? Aren't you afraid that he won't make it? Lu Fenggu said with a solemn expression. I don't know him as well as my disciple Yi Tong. But according to Yi Tong, once he walks on the path of vengeance, his willpower is as strong as Yang Qianye's. Yi Chenfeng said. Lu Fenggu sucked in a cold breath. Senior brother Lu. Yi Chenfeng smiled and said through voice transmission. Do you have any suitable seedlings in the tyrannical saber progeny? If you need them, I can discuss it with senior brother Pingsheng and give you a spot. I don't need it. Lu Fenggu retorted. None of my disciples have ever held a grudge against anyone. However, if Yang Qianya's father is really Yuan Hanjin's doing, we can't let this evil trend continue. Lu Fenggu said in a deep voice. Yi Chenfeng picked up a cup of tea and took a sip. Then he said through voice transmission, Senior brother Lu, why don't you kill him for the sake of the sect? Lu Fenggu's expression froze for a moment before he glared at Yi Chenfeng. Do you want junior brother Pingsheng to fight me to the death? Isn't that enough? Yi Chenfeng said lazily, Senior brother Pingsheng can just give him some pointers. If he does it again, we won't let him off so easily. This time, consider it as giving senior brother Pingsheng a chance to turn over a new leaf, Yi Chenfeng said. Lu Fenggu nodded. He knew very well that this was the best he could do for now. Otherwise, if things got out of hand, his junior brother Pingsheng might not let him off so easily. Yuan Hanjin was his only son. While Yi Chenfeng and Lu Fenggu were talking through voice transmission, Duan Lingtian thought Yi Yingkai would not show any mercy. In fact, he might even be ruthless. However, Yi Yingcai's attack proved Duan Lingtian right. Yi Yingcai's strength was already stronger than the prodigy from the alliance of benevolence and righteousness. Now that he had unleashed his full strength, his prodigy was instantly overwhelmed. Bang! A loud explosion rang in the air as the prodigy from the alliance of benevolence and righteousness was sent flying backward with blood gushing out of his mouth. During this process, an invisible energy swept past and destroyed more than half of Yi Yingcai's strength. Otherwise, Yi Yingcai's earlier attack would have been enough to kill the prodigy. Yi Yingcai, do you have a grudge against him? Lin Donglai looked at Yi Yingcai and asked through voice transmission. After all, Yi Yingcai was a prodigy from Chunyang School. Moreover, he seemed to be the disciple of Yi Chenfeng, the prodigy of hidden sword in Chunyang School. Therefore, Lin Donglai did not say it out loud. Grudge. Yi Yingcai only replied to Lin Donglai with one sentence. Then he turned around and left the arena. Clearly, he knew that he could not kill the prodigy with Lin Donglai around. Meanwhile, the prodigy from the alliance of benevolence and righteousness finally caught his breath. His face was pale, and he stared at Yi Yingcai from afar. He asked in a deep voice, Yi Yingcai, why did you try to kill me? This is the first time I've seen you. There can't be a grudge between us, right? Just now he had escaped from a life and death situation, leaving him with a lingering fear. However, he was also incomparably furious and felt that it was ridiculous. However, Yi Yingcai did not respond to his question. On his way back, Yi Yingcai glanced at the prodigy from the alliance of benevolence and righteousness. A cold light flashed in his eyes. At this moment, the prodigies from the alliance of benevolence and righteousness were also paying attention to Yi Chenfeng. When Yi Yingcai tried to kill their prodigy, their expressions changed. Some of them even stood up with ugly expressions and cold gazes. At this moment, when they saw the cold light in Yi Yingcai's eyes, other than a few of the prodigies from the alliance of benevolence and righteousness, they were also confused. The rest of the prodigies who knew something looked at each other and saw the confusion in each other's eyes. Is this Yi Yingcai the bastard who survived back then? Yes. At that time, it was Yi Chenfeng from Chunyang School who protected him. Could it be that he knows something? Otherwise, why would he do such a thing to someone he met for the first time? He didn't seem to be that ruthless when he attacked earlier. Could it be that Yi Chenfeng told him about his background? If that's the case, Chunyang School has to take responsibility for this. I don't think so. Let's find out what happened first. When Yi Yingcai returned to Chunyang School, the prodigies from Chunyang School, except for Duan Lingtian, Yi Chenfeng, Lu Fenggu and Zhen Pingfan, were all looking at him in shock. They didn't know why he was so ruthless. Yi Chenfeng did attack earlier, but he was very gentle and stopped in time. He didn't even injure the prodigy. However, he killed the prodigy from the alliance of benevolence and righteousness. They could all see that. If Lin Donglai hadn't intervened, the prodigy from the alliance of benevolence and righteousness would have died without a doubt. Even the most powerful leader of the alliance of benevolence and righteousness couldn't save him in time. Elder Yi. A deep voice entered Yi Chenfeng's ears. It was the leader of the alliance of benevolence and righteousness. The leader of the alliance of benevolence and righteousness, Run Tietio, didn't look very good at this moment. Did you tell him about Yi Yingcai's background? Back then, you promised that you wouldn't let him know about it, and Chunyang School wouldn't nurture an enemy for the alliance of benevolence and righteousness. Hearing Ren Tietio's voice transmission and seeing Ren Tietio's ugly expression, Yi Chenfeng looked up and glanced at him indifferently. He replied through voice transmission, I didn't tell him. However, I can tell you clearly that he does know the truth back then. He ran into his twin brother when he was outside. Then he saw his mother and learned the truth. I'm telling you this and explaining this not because I'm afraid of you or the alliance of benevolence and righteousness, but because I'm responsible for the promise I made back then. Also, you can investigate, but once you find out that it's his mother and twin brother, you can't do anything to them. If I find out that something happened to them, if anything happens to one of them, I'll kill a god emperor from the alliance of benevolence and righteousness. Well, it might not be a lesser god emperor. Yi Chenfeng said indifferently. Hearing Yi Chenfeng's words, Ren Tietio's expression changed drastically, and a cold light shot out of his eyes. Yi Chenfeng, are you threatening me and the alliance of benevolence and righteousness? You can think of it that way. Yi Chenfeng smiled faintly. If you're not convinced, you and I can spar after the 7-mansion feast. Yi Chenfeng's words immediately calmed Ren Tietio down. Thinking of Yi Chenfeng's current strength, Ren Tietio's face turned pale, but he did not show any signs of weakness. Yi Chenfeng, if they do anything to the alliance of benevolence and righteousness, we won't sit still and do nothing. That includes Yi Yingcai from the hidden sword lineage. If he dares to touch anyone from the alliance of benevolence and righteousness, we won't let him go. If you really want to protect him, you'd better be prepared for Chunyang School to completely fall out with the alliance of benevolence and righteousness. No matter how strong you are, can you protect everyone in Chunyang School all the time? Hearing Ren Tietio's words, Yi Chenfeng was not angry. He said calmly, the alliance of benevolence and righteousness can attack him, but only if you're not older than 5,000 years old. If such a person kills him, I won't pursue the matter, and neither will Chunyang School. Otherwise, if the alliance of benevolence and righteousness is found, I'll personally go to the alliance of benevolence and righteousness and kill 3 god emperors. Chapter 40-21. Killing 3 god emperors. Yi Chenfeng's words made Ren Tietio's expression turn extremely ugly. He did not expect Yi Chenfeng to be so forceful in this matter. He was willing to fall out with the alliance of benevolence and righteousness for a grand disciple. However, Yi Chenfeng's words did give him some hope and gave him some face. Therefore, even though he was still extremely displeased, he didn't say anything else. If Yi Chenfeng had dared to say this in the past, he would have retorted. Although he was no match for Yi Chenfeng in the past, it would not be easy for Yi Chenfeng to defeat him. Moreover, he would have to pay a certain price. However, Yi Chenfeng now had a high-grade divine sword with a complete soul. He had completely left him in the dust. In fact, if Yi Chenfeng wanted to kill him in a battle of life and death, he might not be able to escape. I hope you remember what you said today. After a long while, Ren Tietio finally spoke to Yi Chenfeng telepathically. This was also the last sentence he said to Yi Chenfeng. Yi Chenfeng did not reply, and he did not speak again. No one knew about the telepathic conversation between Yi Chenfeng and Ren Tietio. However, after Yi Yingcai killed the people from the alliance of benevolence and righteousness, the people from the alliance of benevolence and righteousness became extremely hostile toward Yi Yingcai and the people from Chunyang School. If we meet the people from the alliance of benevolence and righteousness later, I'm afraid they'll be ruthless as well. A disciple from Chunyang School mumbled. His words received the approval of the crowd. Some people even glanced at Yi Yingcai with resentment. If Yi Yingcai had not gone too far, the young prodigies from the alliance of benevolence and righteousness would not be hostile toward them. Of course, although they were resentful, no one said anything. Not to mention that Yi Yingcai was from the Hidden Sword Branch, and the Hidden Sword Branch's ancestor was present. Even if Yi Yingcai was just an ordinary disciple from Chunyang School, they could not say anything. If they said anything, wouldn't they be admitting that they were afraid of the people from the alliance of benevolence and righteousness? Their Chunyang school was not inferior to the alliance of benevolence and righteousness. As a disciple of Chunyang school, how could they be a burden to the sect? After the battle between Yi Inkai and the prodigy of the alliance of benevolence and justice, the competition for the elite group continued. For the rest of the day, no one from the Chunyang school fought against the prodigies from the benevolent and righteous alliance. This disappointed many powerful prodigies from the benevolent and righteous alliance. I originally planned to kill the Chunyang school's disciples if they were weaker than me. I didn't expect that I wouldn't be given a chance. A relatively strong genius from the benevolent and righteous alliance said disappointedly after defeating his opponent. Don't worry. There's still some time before the competition for the elite group begins. There aren't many people from the alliance of benevolence and justice today. In the future, there's a high chance that we'll meet people from Chunyang school. After all, there's only so much power in each prefecture. I actually hope that I can meet someone from Chunyang school. Of course, that Duan Lingtian and a few others who are similar in strength to Yi Inkai are an exception. I'm not afraid of anyone else. Just wait and see. Today, the alliance of benevolence and righteousness will definitely get back at them. The prodigies from the alliance of benevolence and justice this time were the cream of the crop among the younger generation of the alliance of benevolence and justice. They were usually very arrogant. Today, the alliance of benevolence and justice had suffered such a huge loss, which made them very unhappy. Of course, even though they were unhappy, they still understood the principle of picking the weakest among them. As for the people from Chunyang school, apart from a few weaker prodigies who hoped that they would not meet the prodigies from the alliance of benevolence and justice, the rest of the people who were confident in their strength were not afraid at all. When the sun set, the competition for the elite group of the 7 prefectures feast was suspended. The people from the various forces dispersed one after another. Duan Lingtian also returned to his place. Duan Lingtian. To Duan Lingtian's surprise, Zhen Pingfan came looking for him as soon as he returned to his courtyard. Elder Zhen, what's the matter? Let's talk inside. Zhen Pingfan greeted Duan Lingtian. Then he walked into Duan Lingtian's wooden house as if he was the owner. Duan Lingtian could not help but feel puzzled. Why was Elder Zhen looking for him? Why did he come looking for him personally? After all, ever since the 7 prefectures feast began, Zhen Pingfan had never taken the initiative to look for him. This was the first time. Without hesitation, Duan Lingtian followed Zhen Pingfan into the wooden house. Then he saw Zhen Pingfan casually toss out a formation plate. An isolation formation isolated the two of them inside. Seeing this, Duan Lingtian's expression turned slightly serious. Elder Zhen was most likely doing this because he had something important to say. Otherwise, he would not have set up a formation. There was only one possibility for Elder Zhen to set up a formation. That was, what he was going to say next was extremely important. He was even worried that an existence above the level of a middle god emperor would eavesdrop. After all, with Zhen Pingfan's cultivation and strength, it would be difficult for a lower god emperor to eavesdrop on him. Only an existence above the level of a middle god emperor would be able to eavesdrop on him without him noticing. Elder Zhen, you're... Duan Lingtian looked at Zhen Pingfan in confusion. However, the serious expression on his face did not disappear. Duan Lingtian. Zhen Pingfan looked at Duan Lingtian and said with a serious expression, "Martial Uncle Yi asked me to look for you." Elder Yi? Duan Lingtian was puzzled. That Elder Yi, why couldn't he just look for him if there was anything? Why did he ask Zhen Pingfan to do it for him? He could not understand. He did not seem to be so distant with Elder Yi, did he? When Zhen Pingfan finished speaking, Duan Lingtian guessed the reason why Yi Chunfeng did not look for him personally. He was worried that it would affect Duan Lingtian's subjective decision. Ultimate Divine Palace? Yang Qianye's strength has undergone such a drastic change in such a short time. It's most likely because of the Ultimate Divine Palace? His master, Yuan Hanjin, seems to know the location of the Ultimate Divine Palace. In the past, those disciples of his who went missing and perished, most likely perished in there? This was the first time Duan Lingtian had heard of the Ultimate Divine Palace. It was only when Zhen Pingfan explained it to him did he realize what kind of existence it was. It was a special spatial artifact used by the Ultimate Divine Palace to nurture their disciples or descendants. Ultimate Divine Palaces were not given away by the Ultimate Divine Palace. However, the Ultimate Divine Palaces left behind by the fallen Ultimate Divine Palaces would be scattered all over the realm of gods. Most likely, the Ultimate Divine Palaces were casually thrown into the realm of gods by the Ultimate Divine Palaces, who killed the Ultimate Divine Palaces. For example, the Xiangang land he was in now was actually the little world of Ultimate Divine Palaces. The Ultimate Divine Palaces that appeared in the Xiangang land could only have been casually thrown in by the Ultimate Divine Palaces, Due to the restrictions, the Ultimate Divine Palaces had no use for them. Therefore, the Ultimate Divine Palaces were casually thrown into the little world of gods by the Ultimate Divine Palaces. Of course, whether the Ultimate Divine Palaces could be obtained depended on whether the Ultimate Divine Palaces could withstand the impact of the Ultimate Divine Palaces. There was no problem with the Ultimate Divine Palaces. Even if there was a problem, the Ultimate Divine Palaces would not use them to nurture their descendants. However, it was precisely because they considered that if they died, the Ultimate Divine Palaces that they spent a great deal of effort to refine would benefit other Ultimate Divine Palaces. Therefore, the Ultimate Divine Palaces were usually tampered with during the process of refining. They were not extreme measures. As long as one could withstand the impact of the Ultimate Divine Palaces, they could still enjoy everything inside. It was not that there were no people who could do that, but there were very, very few of them. At the very least, it was absolutely impossible for a young person who had Ultimate Divine Palaces as their backer to withstand the impact of the Ultimate Divine Palaces. Because of this, even if another Ultimate Divine Palaces were to obtain the Ultimate Divine Palaces left behind by the Ultimate Divine Palaces they had killed, they would usually directly abandon them. Based on the principle of keeping the goodies within the family, they would not casually throw them away. Instead, they would throw them into the little world of gods within their own little world. This is the Ultimate Divine Palaces, Zhen Pingfan said. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed. Elder Yi asked you to come here because he wanted to ask me if I was interested in the Ultimate Divine Palaces. Or rather, do you have the confidence to withstand the impact of the Ultimate Divine Palaces? Yes. Zhen Pingfan nodded. Senior Uncle Yi did not come to find you personally mainly because he was afraid that you would feel a certain amount of pressure because of him coming to find you personally, and thus make a rash decision. He asked me to come find you so that you can be mentally prepared. You can't act recklessly in this matter. If you can withstand it, you will naturally have a fortuitous encounter. However, if you can't withstand it, being crippled is a small matter. There is an 80 to 90% chance that you will die in there. Moreover, it will be the kind of death that will not even leave behind a corpse. Zhen Pingfan said. After his voice fell, he continued. Of course, according to Senior Uncle Yi, he has not yet gone to find Senior Uncle Pingsheng, so he does not know if the Ultimate Divine Palaces found by Yuan Hanjin can allow a medium Divine Emperor to enter. After all, when Yang Qinya went in, he was only a lower Divine Emperor. Hearing Zhen Pingfan's words, Duan Lingtian frowned slightly. The Ultimate Divine Palaces have a restriction on the cultivation of those who enter? Normally speaking, it shouldn't be a problem for a mid-level Divine Emperor to enter. But no one knows how much energy has been consumed in that Divine Palace. Once too much energy has been consumed, perhaps only a low-level Divine Emperor can enter. As for Senior Uncle Yi, he has spoken to Yi Inkai. He said that as long as he can enter, he will definitely enter. He wants to avenge his father and family. He is very determined. If he enters the Ultimate Divine Palaces, there is a high chance that he will come out alive. As for you, I don't really recommend you to go. Zhen Pingfan's expression became more serious as he spoke. With your talent and comprehension, as well as the achievements you have shown at your current age, there is no need for you to take such a big risk. There is no hurry to improve your strength. In Zhen Pingfan's opinion, If he were Duanling Tian, he would definitely choose to cultivate steadily for a period of time rather than risk entering the incomplete ultimate divine palaces. Based on his understanding of Duanling Tian, he knew that Duanling Tian was a smart person. He felt that Duanling Tian would make the same choice. However, just in case, he still reminded Duanling Tian. Chapter 40-22. At this moment, Zhen Fanfan did not notice the longing in the depths of Duanling Tian's eyes when he described the supreme divine dwellings. Will impact? He also carried a blood feud with him. Some of his friends had died because of Yin Qingyan from the Yin family in the divine offering land. Sooner or later, he would settle the score with Yin Qingyan. Besides, reuniting with his wife Ke had always been his motivation to move forward. His will was so strong that it was hard for ordinary people to imagine it. The test of will in the ultimate divine dwelling isn't difficult for me. Duanling Tian was very confident in himself. For this reason, when Zhen Fan thought Duanling Tian would decline, Duanling Tian immediately agreed. Elder Zhen, please tell Elder Yi that I'm interested in the supreme divine dwellings. If there's a chance to enter it, I won't miss it. Duanling Tian said with a serious expression. Zhen Pingfan's expression froze when he heard Duanling Tian's words. He smiled bitterly and said, Duanling Tian, didn't I persuade you earlier? There's no need to rush. Given your talent and comprehension, even if you can walk out of the ultimate divine dwelling alive, you'll only improve a little in a short period of time. As long as you spend more time, you can achieve the same improvement. The test of will in the ultimate divine dwelling is more dangerous than you think. Otherwise, Yuan Hanjin wouldn't have lost so many of his disciples. It wasn't until Yang Qianye entered the ultimate divine dwelling that Yuan Hanjin had a disciple who came out alive. Zhen Pingfan still wanted to persuade Duanling Tian. Elder Zhen. Duanling Tian narrowed his eyes. So far, the ultimate divine dwelling is just Elder Ye's guess, isn't it? How confident is he that Elder Yuan Hanjin from Ping Sheng's faction has mastered the ultimate divine dwelling? More than 90%. Zhen Pingfan said confidently. It's hard to think of a reasonable way to get to know him. Understood. While Duanling Tian nodded, a light flashed in his mind. He thought of the strangeness of the death of Yang Qianye's father, Lan Qing, and his face suddenly froze. In the next instant, he looked at Zhen Pingfan and said in a low voice, Elder Zhen, tell me, is there anyone who is willing to kill the father of a disciple for the sake of their own obsession? In the past, Duanling Tian had heard that some people would personally wipe out the family of the disciple, so that the disciple could serve the sect without any worries. Or in order to keep the disciple in the sect, and not let the disciple go back to revitalize the family, they would personally wipe out the family of the disciple, so that the disciple could serve the sect without any worries. The latter happened more often, and he had heard of it a few times. Although he had not heard of the former, it was not impossible. When he heard Duanling Tian's words, Zhen Pingfan was stunned at first. Then he looked at him deeply and said, Duanling Tian, there are some things that you should keep to yourself. If you say it out loud, you have to bear the consequences of saying it out loud. I'll pretend that I didn't hear you. In the end, I can only say that it is not impossible. When he heard the first part of Zhen Pingfan's words, Duanling Tian's face was still a little dignified, but when Zhen Pingfan's last sentence came out, his dignified face suddenly collapsed. This Elder Zhen was simply more fickle than a woman. In the time it took to say a few words, he had completely changed. The sect doesn't care? Duanling Tian asked with a slight frown. If things were as he guessed, then shouldn't the Chunyang school take care of this matter? Otherwise, as a teacher, in order to let a disciple become a talent and satisfy his own obsession, could he harm the family of his disciple? Evidence. Zhen Pingfan said lightly. If you want the sect to take care of it, you must first have evidence, and it must be conclusive evidence. If it's just speculation and some alibi, it's not enough to convict a Jade Void Elder of such a crime. Although Yuan Hanjin was not an emperor god, he was still one of the best among the high-level divine emperors. In the Chunyang school, his status was second only to Elder Jing Su, a Jade Void Elder. Moreover, don't forget, the ancestor of Ping Sheng's lineage, Yuan Pingsheng. Zhen Pingfan said. Duan Lingtian heard this and nodded solemnly. He naturally knew Yuan Pingsheng. Not only was he the ancestor of Ping Sheng's lineage, but he was also the only emperor god in Ping Sheng's lineage, and he was a middle-level emperor god. In the Chunyang school, his status was equivalent to that of Elder Zhen's father. So, it's fine if you have your own speculation about this matter. But you must not spread it. Once the news spreads, if you don't have conclusive evidence, then it will be slander. In the Chunyang school, slandering a Jade Void Elder is a serious crime. Zhen Pingfan reminded him. I understand. Duan Lingtian nodded. At the same time, he felt an inexplicable sense of oppression. Although this matter did not happen to him, he still felt extremely disgusted by such a deformed role model. Of course, the reason why he thought of this was because he knew about Yang Qianye and knew Long Qingchong, the clan leader of the Tianlong clan. Long Qingchong had no motive to kill Yang Qianye's father. Moreover, he had said that if Yang Qianye wanted to verify it, he could go to the Tianlong clan. He would show Yang Qianye the difference in his methods. Since he had said so, Long Qingchong was basically cleared of suspicion. We've strayed from the topic. Zhen Pingfan glared at Duan Lingtian and said, Just now, we were talking about you entering the divine abode. I don't recommend you enter it. Zhen Pingfan said. Don't worry, Elder Zhen. I'm confident. Duan Lingtian smiled. Everyone who goes in has confidence in themselves. But how many of them can come out alive? Zhen Pingfan shook his head. Don't be too naive. Some people are willing to go in and risk their lives because if they don't, they might be seriously injured or die in the next heavenly tribulation. In such a desperate situation, it's not a bad thing to risk it. But you. There's no need to risk your life. You're not even 3,000 years old yet. You have all the time in the world. Duan Lingtian felt bitter when he heard Zhen Pingfan's last sentence. He had all the time in the world? Elder Zhen, it's a long story, but for me, I don't have enough time. Duan Lingtian sighed and said, So, as long as there's a chance to enter the divine abode, I'll definitely enter it. When he said this, Duan Lingtian and Zhen Pingfan looked at each other. The determination in their eyes made Zhen Pingfan shake his head and sigh. I understand. I'll tell Junior Uncle Yi now. Zhen Pingfan said. Duan Lingtian nodded. Elder Zhen, I know you don't want me to take the risk and you're worried that I'll die in there. But what I want to tell you is that I relied on my willpower to achieve what I have today in such a short time. Some things and some people have invisibly spurred me on to move forward. If I have two choices, one is to enter the ultimate God realm in a day, but there's a 50% chance that I'll die. The other choice is to be content with the status quo. I'll choose the first choice. Duan Lingtian said in a low voice. Even now his progress was not slow, but he still did not have much hope of entering the ultimate God realm in 300 years. If he could not become an ultimate god, his existence was not worth mentioning at all to the two ultimate god clans in the world of divine remains. The two ultimate god clans in the world of divine remains. The Xia clan and the Yin clan. These were the motivations that spurred him on. Zhen Pingfan soon left. He had achieved his goal of looking for Duan Lingtian. Although it was hard to imagine what spurred Duan Lingtian to move forward, and even risk entering the supreme divine abode. Moreover, according to Duan Lingtian, even if there was a 50% chance of becoming an ultimate god, he would not miss such an opportunity if he failed. Everyone has their own story. It seems that Duan Lingtian was not only able to come this far because of his talent and comprehension. Zhen Pingfan sighed to himself. Of course, Duan Lingtian did not say what the reason was, and he did not ask. After all, everyone had their own secrets. I hope he can enter the top 3 in the 7 prefectures feast this time. That way his future path will be easier. Entering the top 3 and fighting for 3 spots for the sect. The sect will not treat him badly. It'll be a great help to him. Thinking of this, Zhen Pingfan suddenly thought of something. Speaking of which, in the elite group competition, what are the words on the token he obtained? He did not inject his divine power to read the words on it. Now that he's alone, he must have read it secretly, right? Duan Lingtian naturally did not know what Jin Pingfan was thinking after he left. As for the token that had not been inscribed with divine power to display the words on it, he had already forgotten about it. He was now thinking about the supreme divine abode. Yang Qinya has only broken through to the lower divine emperor realm not long ago. With his talent, it would be difficult for him to become an intermediate divine emperor without a few hundred years. However, he managed to break through in just a few decades. The supreme divine abode is so powerful. If I go in, maybe I'll come out as an upper divine emperor? Thinking of this, Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up. He was excited and even felt that the 7 prefectures banquet had become boring. However, Duan Lingtian quickly calmed down. Calm down, calm down. Elder Jin also said that he is not sure if the supreme divine abode can withstand the entry of a middle divine emperor or higher. If only lower divine emperors can enter, Yi Yingkai and I will not stand a chance. Thinking of this, Duan Lingtian's restless heart calmed down slightly. However, it was almost impossible to completely calm down, unless his hope was cut off. I almost forgot about it. After calming down, Duan Lingtian thought of the 7 prefectures banquet and the token that he had forgotten. Previously, he had wanted to inject his divine power to read the words on it. Let's see. Duan Lingtian took out the token and injected his divine power into it. Soon, a word appeared on the token. In the next instant, Duan Lingtian's calm expression froze. His eyes became somewhat dangerous. Chapter 40-23. Early in the morning, everything came to life, and the scenery was picturesque. Duan Lingtian, as if nothing had happened, followed the Chunyang school group to the 7 prefectures feast. When he saw Jin Pingfan, he was calm, not at all like someone who had just learned about the existence of the ultimate divine abode, and had a chance to enter it. However, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but take a few more glances at the figure in front of him. This person was none other than Yang Qianya's master, Yuan Hanjin, the only son of Yuan Pingsheng, the ancestor of the Chunyang school's Pingsheng branch. He was also a Jade Void elder in the Chunyang school. Even before this, Duan Lingtian had heard of him and knew that he was the most promising high-level divine emperor in the Chunyang school to become a god emperor. At the same time, Duan Lingtian subconsciously looked at Yang Qianya and was surprised to find that Yang Qianya was also staring at Yuan Hanjin's back. There was no respect in his eyes. Instead, there was a hint of suspicion. This scene made Duan Lingtian's heart skip a beat. Could it be that Yang Qianya was also suspecting his master? Last time, because of the request of Long Qingchong, the clan leader of the Tianlong clan, he had personally gone to find Yang Qianya and passed on Long Qingchong's words. Long Qingchong's words would definitely dispel much of Yang Qianya's hatred and hostility towards him. However, if it wasn't Long Qingchong, then it must be someone else. Moreover, the other party was deliberately framing Long Qingchong. If Yang Qianya thinks deeper, it's not difficult to suspect his master, Yuan Hanjin. But even if he really knows the truth, so what? He's no match for Yuan Hanjin. Unless one day his strength surpasses Yuan Hanjin's. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Just as Duan Lingtian's thoughts were turning, the group had already arrived at the 7 prefectures feast, and there were already many people present. At the same time, there were also many forces who arrived at the Chunyang school. As for the people from the Machi family next door to Chunyang school, they had already arrived. Duan Lingtian glanced at the members of the Machi clan, and noticed that a gaze was still locked onto him. Moreover, that gaze was filled with ill intent. However, he was already used to this. It was still that Machi Hong. Machi Hong clearly viewed him as a mortal enemy. Perhaps he really did blame the death of his profound ancestor, Machi Ju, on me. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. And the reason why he had such a thought was entirely because the hostility of the other party towards him felt even stronger than the hostility towards Yi Chenfeng. After all, Yi Chenfeng was the one who killed his ancestor. Bullying the weak and fearing the strong is too obvious. However, it seems that he is indeed very confident now. I want to see what kind of strength he has now to give him such confidence. Even though Machi Hong had already made a move so far, However, the strength that Ma Qihong had displayed earlier was even inferior to the strength that he had displayed when he had fought Mo Wuji all those years ago. That was because the strength of the opponents he had encountered were ordinary, and they were far from being able to force him to reveal his true strength. Soon after, the people from the various sects arrived one after another. As the host of the Seven Mansions Grand Banquet, Elder Lin Donglai of the Flame Howl sect also revealed himself when the people from the various sects arrived. It was the same every day. Duan Lingtian even suspected that Elder Lin Donglai of the Flame Howl sect had arrived a long time ago, and was merely hiding at the side. He only revealed himself to host the Seven Mansions Grand Banquet when everyone had arrived. Otherwise, how could it be so coincidental every time? Naturally, he did not rule out the possibility that someone had sent him a message to inform him that everyone had arrived. The battle for the elite group will continue. Next, the prodigies who have the words I've announced, please come up and fight. Lin Donglai announced in a clear voice. Soon after, he announced the word miserable, causing many people to raise their eyebrows. There's such a word? Isn't the profound Jade Mansion a little too messy? Soon after, the two prodigies who received the word miserable entered the arena. One of them was a young man with a medium build and an ordinary face, while the other was a young man dressed in luxurious clothes. The former was casually holding a long rod in his hand. It looked ordinary, but when he infused his divine energy into it, the long rod emitted a strong oppressive force. As for the young man dressed in luxurious clothes, he looked suave and elegant, causing many female prodigies to raise their eyebrows. However, after the two prodigies made their moves, his performance greatly disappointed the female prodigies present. The ordinary-looking young man had defeated the young man dressed in luxurious clothes with just a casual swing of his rod. The entire process was so effortless that it seemed as though it did not take much effort at all. This person is not weak. Duan Lingtian glanced at the young man with the rod who had been pushed down. He could see that the young man had returned to the side where the people from the profound Jade Mansion's Flame Howl sect were seated. Previously, when he entered the arena, Duan Lingtian did not pay much attention to him. That was until he displayed his shocking strength. I'm afraid he's not any weaker than Yi Yingkai. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. No wonder the Flame Howl sect's elder, Lin Donglai, who was in charge of hosting the Seven Mansions Grand Banquet, looked at him so kindly when he entered the arena. So he's an outstanding prodigy from the Flame Howl sect. Almost as soon as Duan Lingtian had this thought, the young disciples from the Chunyang school began to discuss among themselves. Who is this person? Is there such a person in the Flame Howl sect? I've heard of all the famous prodigies in the Flame Howl sect, and I've seen all of them at the Seven Mansions Grand Banquet. However, I don't think there's such a person among them, right? His opponent's strength is not considered weak. Even the few famous and powerful people from the Flame Howling sect may not be able to defeat this person in one blow, right? Could this person be the hidden trump card of the Flame Howl sect? That could be it. When the unknown disciple from the Flame Howl sect made his move, the crowd was in an uproar. Even the people from the other forces in the profound Jade Mansion were no exception. The Flame Howl sect is hiding such a person? At this moment, it was not just the people from the other mansions in the profound Jade Mansion who were shocked. Even the people from the other mansions in the profound Jade Mansion were shocked. They had never heard of the young disciple from the Flame Howl sect. It was as though he had appeared out of nowhere. Moreover, he did not display any monstrous strength when he made his move earlier, until just now when he smashed his staff and defeated his opponent who was not too bad. Elder Lin, the Flame Howl sect has really hidden their strength well. On the Rui sect's side, Elder Ding Jianchu, who had appeared in front of everyone earlier and had been introduced by Lin Donglai, stared at Lin Donglai with a deep gaze. Elder Lin, could this be the external help that the Flame Howl sect found? Duanmu Yunfan, the Grand Elder of the Duanmu family, also spoke at this moment. He looked at Lin Donglai with a deep gaze. As for the medium god emperor of the Dark Saber Villa, Vice Villa Master Lung Shiyu, he only stared at Lin Donglai indifferently and did not say a word. However, if one looked closely, they would be able to see a hint of surprise in the depths of his eyes. Lin Yuan is my grandnephew. Lin Donglai smiled and said, You can say that he is the external help that I have invited. You can also say that he is a disciple of the Flame Howl sect, because he has already completed the procedures to join the Flame Howl sect and joined us. Lin Yuan was the name of the ordinary-looking disciple of the Flame Howl sect who was holding a long staff. It seems that Elder Lin's family is not simple. On the Heavenly Stellar Manor's side, one of the leaders of the forces looked at Lin Donglai deeply. There is no strong clan with the surname Lin in the 7 mansions. As for you, Elder Lin, as far as I know, you came from outside the 7 mansions. Based on this person's words, it was obvious that he knew Lin Donglai quite well. These are all digressions. Lin Donglai smiled slightly and did not continue the topic. He scanned the surroundings and said another word. In the next instant, 2 young geniuses entered the arena. The 7 mansions feast was back on track. In the beginning, it was calm and peaceful. However, after a dozen or so matches, the peace was almost broken. A young genius from the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice was fighting against a disciple of the Chunyang school. At first he showed weakness, but then suddenly attacked the disciple of the Chunyang school. Fortunately, Lin Donglai reacted in time and saved the disciple of the Chunyang school. However, even so he was seriously injured, the kind that would be difficult to recover from. There is no way to continue. After the disciple of the Chunyang school left the arena, Zhen Pingfan checked his injuries and shook his head. The disciples of the Chunyang school were glaring at the person who attacked them. The other party was still looking back at them with a cold smile on his face, full of provocation. Most of the disciples of the Chunyang school were now hostile toward the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice. A small number of them would occasionally look at Yi Yingkai. In their opinion, if Yi Yingkai had not attacked the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice first, the people of the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice would not have reacted this way. Duan Lingtian could see that Yi Yingkai had also noticed the small number of people looking at him. Although he did not seem to care, Duan Lingtian could see from his slightly trembling shoulders that he was trying to control his emotions. It was obvious that Yi Yingkai was not feeling good about what had happened. Many of the stronger disciples of the Chunyang school were thinking that if they met the people of the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice, they would kill them if they could. In the 7 mansions feast, even if someone died, the killer would not be held responsible. It could be said that he could not stop himself. The responsibility lay more on the host of the 7 mansions feast. The host of the 7 mansions feast had always been a middle-level god emperor. If a middle-level god emperor could not even intervene in a fight between godly emperors, then his cultivation would have been wasted. At least, in the history of the 7 mansions feast, there had never been a middle-level god emperor like him. Unfortunately, the people of the Chunyang school wanted revenge, but no one met the people of the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice in the next 2 days. Next, let us invite the 2 prodigies who have the word coquettish to come on stage. When Lin Donglai's words reached the ears of the crowd, many people's expressions froze. Coquettish? Although there were many ambiguous words in the competition for the elite group, they were all within the range of everyone's acceptance. But now the word coquettish, that came out of nowhere, stunned everyone. Chapter 40-24. Haha. Zhen Pingfan could not help but laugh. At the same time, he looked at Duan Lingtian, who was not far away, and said, Duan Lingtian, this coquettish word is even better than the ugly word you obtained last time. I wonder which 2 unlucky kids obtained this coquettish word. The person who prepared this coquettish word from Mysterious Jade Mansion is definitely a genius. Zhen Pingfan smiled brightly as though he was waiting to watch a good show. The others were also looking around, wondering who obtained this coquettish word. Coquettish. Soon, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, a somewhat bashful young man walked out from one of the factions in Netherworld Mansion. At this time he was being watched by the crowd, and his face was flushed. He had obtained the coquettish word. Moreover, when he obtained the coquettish word and showed it to his fellow disciples, he had already been laughed at many times. However, previously, he was only being watched by his fellow disciples. Now he was being watched by everyone present. You're in luck. Lin Donglai looked at the young man and said with a smile. Thank you for the compliment, Elder Lin. The young man smiled shyly, obviously a little reserved. In the face of the young man's gratitude, the corner of Lin Donglai's mouth twitched imperceptibly. He wondered if the young man would still thank him if he knew that he was the one who added the coquettish word. Where's the other person? At the same time, Lin Donglai looked around again and said loudly, if no one comes up after 7 minutes, the person who obtained the other coquettish word will be considered as having forfeited. For a moment, many people in the crowd looked around, curious to know who the other person who obtained the coquettish word was. At this time, a figure stepped out of the air. In the blink of an eye, he had entered the field and was facing the bashful young man. At this time, the crowd stared at the figure who suddenly entered the field, but they were momentarily silent. It's him. It's him again. The person who entered the field was none other than Duan Lingtian, who had stepped into the field from Chunyang School. That was right. The other token with the coquettish word was in his hand. In fact, he had already found out about this when he went back yesterday. At that time, when he saw the words on the token, he even suspected that someone from the profound Jade Mansion was out to get him. However, when he recalled that he was the one who chose this command token, he dispelled this thought. However, this luck really left him speechless. First it was ugly. Then there was the word flirtatious. In the competition for the rookie group, the word ugly was present throughout. In terms of uniqueness, there was no other word that could compare. And now, in the competition for the elite group, there was only one word that could be used. If there were no accidents, there would be no other word that could compare to this. It's fake, right? Over at Chunyang School, after a moment of silence, an uproar broke out. Zhen Pingfan immediately stood up. At the same time, the corner of his mouth began to twitch. I didn't see the Duan Lingtian take out the token and infuse his divine power into it to manifest the words on it. Obviously, he read it after he went back yesterday. However, this fellow, is his luck that good? First he got the word ugly, and now he got the word flirtatious. At this thought, Zhen Pingfan could not help but laugh. Meanwhile, the young prodigies from Chunyang School were shocked and could not help but burst into an uproar. Oh my god! Duan Lingtian's luck is really bad, isn't it? When it comes to choosing tokens, I'm impressed by Duan Lingtian. If this is a coincidence, it's too much of a coincidence. There are so many people and so many tokens, but Duan Lingtian chose the more unique and eye-catching token one after another. Actually, this is not good news for Duan Lingtian. But why do I feel like laughing? Me too. Many people from Chunyang School could not help but want to laugh. However, due to the occasion, they restrained themselves. The corners of their mouths were twitching violently. They were not Zhen Pingfan or Elder Zhen. Elder Zhen could laugh like that, but they could not. Not only was it inappropriate, but if Duan Lingtian saw it, he might even hold a grudge against them. It was fine if they only laughed once. If they laughed again and again, it would be a little too much. However, while the people from Chunyang School were trying to hold back their laughter, the people from the other forces did not have so many concerns. Many of them could not help but laugh. Duan Lingtian from Chunyang School is too unlucky, isn't he? First he got the word ugly, and now he got the word flirtatious. I'm impressed. Could it be that he's being targeted? He chose the token himself. How could he be targeted? Unless the strongest person intervened. But do you think the strongest person would do something like this just to mess with him? Most people laughed. When the laughter gathered together, it was an uproar. It was also clearly heard by Duan Lingtian. However, because Duan Lingtian was already mentally prepared, he did not mind the laughter of the crowd. He looked at the shy young man standing opposite him, and saw that the other party was looking at him gratefully. For a moment, he could not help but complain to himself. Is this guy thanking me for attracting the attention of the others for him? At this moment, the young man spoke. Senior Duan, I am Xue Tingtao from the Source Sect of the Netherworld Mansion. I admit that I am no match for you. I admit defeat. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and left without waiting for Duan Lingtian to react. For a moment, Only Duan Lingtian was left in the field. Duan Lingtian won without a fight. At this moment, Duan Lingtian originally wanted to vent his anger by attacking, but he did not expect his opponent to admit defeat directly. For a moment he was speechless. However, since the other party had admitted defeat, he had nothing to say. He turned around and went back. After returning to Chunyang School, Duan Lingtian glanced at Zhen Pingfan, who seemed to want to say something to him. Then he took out a disk array and set up a soundproof array. Then he sat cross-legged in the air and closed his eyes to cultivate. He did not give Zhen Pingfan a chance to speak at all. Seeing this, Zhen Pingfan and the people from Chunyang School stopped laughing, or trying to hold back their laughter. Their attention was shifted to the next two people who entered the field. Even the people from the other forces shifted their attention away from Duan Lingtian. When the two people who had just entered the field began to fight, there were some things that could be laughed at, and then passed. It was not a big deal. Just like earlier, when Duan Lingtian obtained the word ugly, people laughed at first. Later on, when he fought with his opponent, no one talked about it anymore. Later on, they almost forgot about it. Until now, when Duan Lingtian obtained the token with the word seductive. Only then did everyone remember the previous incident. Of course, to Duan Lingtian, all this was just seasoning for the feast of the 7 prefectures. As for now, he felt that one of the heavenly veins in his body was about to transform. Every time the heavenly veins transformed, his cultivation level would increase. Now, with the help of the 5 divine elements, Duan Lingtian had completely consolidated his cultivation level as a middle-level divine emperor. If he wanted to break through to the high-level divine emperor realm, he would have to start transforming the heavenly veins in his body. Only when 99 of them had transformed could he enter the high-level divine emperor realm. At that time, Duan Lingtian's divine power would be stronger than that of an ordinary high-level divine emperor. This was because he had many heavenly veins. I really didn't expect that the advantage of the heavenly veins, in addition to the speed of circulating divine power, would be reflected in the high-level divine emperor realm. Duan Lingtian sighed. However, this is a good thing for me. It was indeed a good thing. This meant that even if he did not comprehend the profundities of the laws, his divine power would be stronger than most people of the same cultivation level. In the square, the competition for the elite group of the 7 prefectures feast continued. On the same day, another disciple from Chunyang School encountered a disciple from the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice. Once again, he was severely injured and lost the opportunity to challenge the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice after being eliminated. This time, the people of the Pure Yang sect were naturally enraged. However, they could only feel helpless. Tomorrow, the first stage of the competition for the elite group will end. In the next stage, those who lose can challenge anyone in the elite group. A disciple from Chunyang School said coldly, "I haven't gone up yet. I'll definitely go up tomorrow. If my opponent tomorrow is not from the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice, I'll admit defeat. When the time comes, I'll challenge the people from the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice." This disciple from Chunyang School was called Yin Yue. He was one of the most outstanding people in Chunyang School under the age of 10,000. He was as famous as Yin Kai. He was from the Langji branch of Chunyang School. He was the great-grandson of the ancestor of the Langji branch, Yin Langji. As soon as Yin Yue said this, someone smiled bitterly and said, "Senior brother Yin, if you do this, I'm afraid that the people you challenge will admit defeat. They all know you. If they admit defeat, we can't do anything to them. Let's just take one step at a time. I don't believe that the people from the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice are so lucky that they can meet people who are weaker than us from Chunyang School every time. We still have a few strong people on our side who haven't gone up yet." The conflict between Chunyang School and the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice was further aggravated when the people from the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice attacked again. When Duan Lingtian heard what the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice did, he frowned slightly. The hatred between Yi Inkai and the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice was their own business. Now it even involved the people from Chunyang School. Of course, the prodigies from the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice could not be blamed completely. Perhaps the other party did not know anything. They only saw that Yi Inkai was ruthless, so they did not give in. However, how could the higher-ups of the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice not know the truth? Especially the leader of the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice, Ren Tietio. He would not believe that he did not know about Yi Inkai. It was impossible. However, he did not advise the disciples of the Alliance not to be ruthless. The Alliance of Benevolence and Justice. A cold light flashed in Duan Lingtian's eyes. The higher-ups of the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice tacitly agreed with the prodigies of the Alliance. Are they really not worried that their people will die in the arena? Of course, although Duan Lingtian was a little angry now, the competition for the elite group had nothing to do with him. With his strength, no one would challenge him. The night passed. The next day was also the last day of the competition for the elite group. The first few rounds were all from the outer sect. In the fifth round, a person from the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice appeared. The next person to enter the arena was someone from the Pure Sun sect. Yang Qinya. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.